this meeting of the Historic Resources Board to order. Today's December 4th at 6 p.m. and I'd like to invite you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everyone please silence your cell phones. Roll call.
Do we have a clerk?
Are you doing?
That's going to be me.
Okay.
All right, Matt.
All right. So, Commissioner Guibert.
Here.
Commissioner Gallardi.
Here.
Commissioner Garrett.
Here.
Commissioner Medeiros.
Here. Here.
And still Chairperson Franco?
Here. No, I'm not sure.
Not anymore? You still have the little... Oh, man, I have to move your little plaque.
Don't you have a chairman's?
It's probably just stick them.
Yeah, are you there? Are you there?
Wait a minute, you are still here.
You're still the chairperson.
No, Commissioner Guibert is, Board Member Guibert is the head of the...
Okay.
Is your mic on?
Is everybody's mic on?
I'll get
You have
that
your
right.
mic on? I don't think you turned it. Okay. Tonight, we don't normally meet on Thursdays. We typically meet the first Tuesday of the month, but one of us had an obligation that was irrevocable, couldn't get out of. So we're meeting tonight, and we need a quorum for some of the Planning Commission items, which is why we had to reschedule. The Historic Resources Board meets first, immediately followed by the Planning Commission. So some of the items will be redundant, but that's just how it is. At this point, we typically have public comment, but since tonight's a special meeting, we're limited only to items on the agenda. So I'd ask that we just invite you to speak when the items come up on the agenda. So then we'll go right into the action items. I think we can combine A and B, maybe? Do we have a...
Yeah. Somebody want to make a motion?
Mm-hmm.
I move that we find the affidavit of posting adequate or complied with.
And approve the minutes?
Okay, and I move that we also... Well, we can take this as a consented... No, you can't. Okay, also, I move that we approve the minutes of September 2nd, 2014.
Okay. You need a vote, Matt?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, there were only 3 of us present, so it would have to be I.
You or Pat?
You or Pat. So I second.
Okay. Roll call vote?
Commissioner Guibert.
Aye.
But you can't
Well, I
vote.
can't vote on the minutes because I wasn't here.
Oh, right. So, sorry. Who are the ones that are
The 3
voting?
of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Franco,
You're good.
Gallardi.
Okay.
Okay. I read them.
Well, yeah, that made you familiar with the
Okay.
process.
All right.
All right. So, Commissioner Gallardi.
Yes.
But you only vote to break the tie.
Commissioner Garrett. And Commissioner Franco.
Aye.
All right.
Okay. The next item is consideration of a recommendation to the Planning Commission for a sign permit for the Golden Wheel Antiques at 407 3rd Street. My understanding is that this is to modify a previously approved sign. So let's have a staff report, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the Historical Resources Board, the application for modifying an existing wall sign with new graphics and color was submitted by the Anthony and Bonnie Carnaggio, the Golden Wheel Antique Shop. The modification of the existing wall sign was done to bring out a faded and hard-to-read existing sign, and so they chose to repaint it.
So this is the existing sign,
Yeah.
or the previous sign.
Okay. And so in terms of the application, we looked at the design guidelines, and I kind of framed that into Chapter 7 of the sign guidelines, that color is one of the most important aspects of visual communication. It can be used to catch the eye or to communicate the ideas and feelings. Color should be selected to contribute to legibility and design integrity. Even the most careful thought-out signs may be unattractive or have poor communications because of poor color selection. Too many colors, if thoroughly used, can confuse and negate the sign. So by contrasting is important influence of the legibility of the sign, and substantial contrast should provide a better the contrast between the colors and the material of the background and the letters and symbols to make the sign easier to read both during the day and at night. So what we did was we took a look at what Mr. Canosius did, and it's a much brighter, much more physical there, and it catches your eye, and you feel that it would fit in with the overall objectives of the design guidelines. I've attached a copy behind the staff report of the design guidelines of sections 1, 2, and 3.
On the sign guidelines, in the design guidelines, item 7.1, design, talks about signs should be constructed to give an appearance of hand craftsmanship. Three-dimensional hand-carved and hand-painted signs are strongly encouraged. Preferred metals are wood or metal with a weathered appearance. So this sign isn't either of those.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the reason we're here tonight is because the sign went up before a permit.
It was permitted in the 60s when he opened in 1961, and it was a wall sign, substantially the same size and everything. And the question there is I guess, changing the colors and making it more brilliant would fit in with the criteria, but I know it does stick out, and it is more brilliant, and it does catch your eye.
For the record, I think we should note that we have comments from a Kim Walker, a Francis Harris, a Dimitri Friedman, a Susan Scherer, a Joy Smith. And most of the comments have seemed like they're talking about a complaint and harassment of a business person. That has nothing to do with what we're dealing with here. A violation has occurred. A violation is what it is, a violation, and it has to be cleared. There was a process for sign face change. All they had to do was come in for it. You can't just take it on yourself, do what you want, and then come back later. So we have a problem here, but the key thing is the fact that everybody's saying this is harassment, that is 100% out of phase. We're just trying, we spent a couple of years, 4 years on a sign code, working at it, trying to make it better for everybody. But if you don't, and you have the design guidelines for the colors, and if you don't control the colors and the signs, you're going to have a ticky-tacky looking city. And that's what we're trying to prevent through our sign code and enforcement of the ordinances today.
Shall we hear from the family, the applicant, or public?
I think you guys pretty much have your mind made up, so you just go ahead and vote.
Would you like to address the board or the audience?
I think Mr. Grimsley addressed it, and we're going to vote, so vote.
Well, the thing is,
They should come to the...
Mrs. Carnaggio, I'd ask you to come to the podium just to identify yourself, just for the record.
I'm Bonnie Carnaggio.
Yeah.
I'm Bonnie Carnaggio. And we designed that sign, myself and my granddaughter. And we thought the sign was beautiful because we went all over town and we saw these ugly signs that evidently you guys approved, and they looked like somebody got a can of paint and a paintbrush. I mean, there are exceptions. There are some, very few, nice signs, but not very many. And those signs are a disgrace to the town. And you approved this? It looks like somebody got in their backyard and painted a sign with a can of paint and a paintbrush. That's what most of the signs look like. This sign is on aluminum. It will never fade. It won't look like our old one because it was on wood. And I just don't understand what your problem is, because the sign is beautiful. It's an asset to the town. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the main problem we have is the process.
No, you just said that it's the sign and the colors and
We were licensed on the 61st side.
Wait. If you want to speak, you have to come to the podium so that you'll be on record for the camera.
Just go ahead, just vote,
I really want to emphasize that it's the process. It's not about how the sign looks. A lot of people like the sign. Okay, thank you.
Okay. But you just said, just before that it was the color and the size.
Same size.
He just said that.
You read
That may be, but
Yeah,
did you
okay, well, then which is it?
Did you come to the
Then
city
it's both.
first?
It's both, right? It's the size, it's
Well,
the color,
if you
and it's the process. Is that what it is?
it's everything. All you need to do is to go to the
Everything.
city.
Okay, everything. So
Yeah.
what do you want us to do? Take it down?
We'll get to that. All we
That's not going to
want,
happen, I'll tell you that right now.
all we
It
want,
will not happen,
we don't want to fight.
okay? But you do want a lawsuit, I guess, right?
We don't want a lawsuit. We don't want to fight.
I think what it is I think we should establish is that the existing sign was a green on a wood background, and now it's on aluminum with white, and it's more brilliant, more contrast and everything. However, and it'll last longer and everything, but it is the process where they should have come to the commission first, asked for the approval before it was erected, and I think that's where we're looking at now, is the
Exactly.
process.
Right.
Bonnie Carnaggio has just made the remark that when she went around town and looked, most of the things in town looked like handmade and so forth. That is exactly why we have spent 4 years encouraging people to come to our meetings to work on a sign ordinance that will fit the community. Instead of everyone who downtown, most of those signs have not been approved. They are not permitted. They did not come forward to help us work on this ordinance, and we have a mess in town.
Okay, if that's the
We
case,
are in the process of doing something about it by the sign ordinance that's on our agenda tonight. We just got it back from the lawyer to review again.
and yet you chose the most recent sign instead of some of the other signs. Dante Baines' property, okay, over there at the old warehouse, the one he used to own, has a sign on the back that tells you if you climb over his fence, you're going to be sent to heaven. Okay? Did you approve that?
But that's in
No.
violation right
Yeah.
now. That's why
Okay,
in
what I'm saying is that
violation.
I understand that. If he's in violation, why are you choosing this antique store first, this sign first? Because this sign went up and you had complaints from certain individuals, a certain individual who has a grudge against my family. You have certain individuals who have complained about that sign. There's other signs that have been complained about in town, yet you chose my sign to attack. Why our sign first? Why not signs that have been up 2 or 3 years? Why this sign?
We have 2 on the agenda tonight, sir, and if you would like
Do
to
we have a light?
meet with the city manager, file a complaint, and that will be on the next agenda.
That's
if
how
you
it
have
works?
something clear.
That's how it works. So basically, you just choose who complains the most is who gets it done, right?
Okay, first, from a city staff perspective, we've not received any official complaints from any particular individuals.
You
We
each
have
live
simply,
here. You each drive around
we've heard
town. Do you
comments
live
from
here?
lots of people.
Do you live
No,
here?
I do not.
No, you don't. Okay. The rest of you live here, so you can drive around town and you can see them. Why don't you file your own complaint? This is your own board. You're against certain signs, yet you don't do anything about them? You
Mr.
don't feel the
Scheer,
need to call them into
you're
order?
not
You
being
don't-
reasonable. Calm down.
I'm being very reasonable. No.
I-
If it's not obvious to you what the problem is,
Table.
then I have a problem with you getting on social media today talking about this. You don't think there's a problem with that? You don't think that
No,
maybe
I
you're-
can
you're-
read my comments.
You don't think that
okay.
maybe you should have been, I don't know,
I
not
can
on
read
social
my
media
comments.
talking about something
I
like
can
this?
read my comments.
So it's a personal thing. You know it. I think with the majority of you, maybe not all of you, but the majority of you, it's a personal thing. You chose this. Someone complained. We all know who complained. You took it into consideration and said, well, we're going to make an example of that sign. That's why. We use the same exact colors that Plaza Market is using, the same color scheme, the whole thing. And you have a problem because we skipped over a part of the process.
You violated the law, is what you did. You know the law is very clear, as you're supposed to do certain things.
Well, I guess
You
better
chose
have
not
us-
to,
I guess you
sir,
better have
and
us
that's
put
why
in
we're
jail.
here.
I guess we violated the law. We did not know we were violating the law. One.
Really?
Okay. No, we didn't. We assumed we were still permitted from the 60s.
From the 60s. Okay.
When did
Okay.
the sign come down that we have a picture of?
That sign came down. When did that sign come down?
A long time
A
ago.
couple of years ago.
We haven't had one.
Weathered and beaten,
We
destroyed.
haven't had no signs in front of our store.
But that's okay. You guys are real business friendly. I understand. We've had dozens of compliments. We've brought traffic not only to our store, but other stores in that dead end of town over there. And you guys are concerned whether or not it fits in with the town. Hell, then go over there and paint over Plaza Market because it's the same color scheme. I guess that doesn't fit in the town either, right? So make your vote. You're going to vote against it. We understand. So it's pretty much all a practice and futility, right? For someone who lives in town telling us about, doesn't live in town, telling those of us who do live in town, I understand that too.
I was telling you the
Our
process
board-
and what we received and what we got.
Ben,
Wait a minute, staff.
Okay,
Continue
no.
this.
Yeah.
When can we kick them out?
I don't know.
Do you want to continue?
And the key to it is that the first on the agenda is to comply with the fact is that it was not permitted through the normal process. And so you have to rectify that. Yeah.
There's a process for doing these things. And it's really cleared out in the ordinance. And I think if you go to court, ignorance of the law is no excuse. That's basic. That's basic. And so, have you ever sued a city?
You've got the money. Does the city have the money?
Yeah, have you sued a city?
I don't
Do
think
we,
that's...
do we want to do that, really? Is that in the best interest of everybody?
It's in your hands.
Well, the bottom line is, let's call for the board discussion.
All right, we're closing the public discussion and bringing it back up to the
Are there
board.
any other?
Okay.
Were there any other comment cards?
Is this 318 3rd Street?
Hang on.
No.
I'm Anthony Carnaggio,
407.
Okay.
and I think the people,
Oh, that's
the
right.
person or persons that complained about this sign
Question.
should be common knowledge. We should know who it is, and they should have the guts to stand up before this committee and give their grievances about the sign other than revenge for the spanking they got on Facebook for being nasty to my wife and all the other people in town. This person even went as far as wanted to take a picture of the San Juan Bakery. Every Saturday morning, this man drives up in front of the bakery, waits for the bakery to open. He's the first customer in there and buys stuff. One of these people I know that are complaining, I've heard all over town, he told the guy he was an a-hole and to move his car because he was taking a picture of the bakery. And I could bring you 50 people in this town that this man has been nasty to. And he should have the balls to get up here and say what he has to say without it being revengeful.
How do
And
we-
he's also going to get sued right along with anybody else.
How do we
I'm not-
legislate
I'm not eating his
behavior?
crap, okay?
We can't legislate
Everybody
behavior.
knows who he is.
Did the city receive any complaints?
That's what I was trying to say. We have not received a
Okay,
complaint.
well, that's a
Everyone just
record.
noticed
That's in the
because it's a new
facts.
sign. It's a small town and it's a new sign. I honestly do not know who
Please.
you're talking about.
Mr. Carnaggio has the floor right now, please.
All right,
How
yeah.
many people have complained about this sign?
None. We we have received comments
It's-
about the fact that there was a new sign.
You're lying.
You just said you acted on
Bonnie,
it.
Staff.
You said that yourself. Why did you say
have
What
you
did-
had
what did I say?
anybody complain about this sign?
I don't receive complaints. The city does. The city says they have not received any formal complaints.
I've received 0 complaints.
You're lying.
Staff.
You are
How would you
lying.
like me to prove this?
You're lying.
Stamp hard.
You're lying.
Okay, we're-
Mr. Kanaja, you're dealing with the commission, not with staff, please.
Then
That was not an
Okay.
official complaint.
you know different. All of you know different, that there is a certain person in this town that has complained.
Anthony, I haven't heard any complaints about your sign. I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on, but.
If a complaint is made, it's within the person's
What I
rights to do
what I
so.
understand here is he should have just come up, paid the $25, come in front of the board, we looked at the sign and passed it. He put it up before doing all this, right?
Without
That's what
review,
the whole
but
deal's about.
Right.
without review, I mean,
Without
you've got the guidelines for the color, shape, you
Now,
know,
was this,
not content,
was
but
this
what
sign
it looks like.
ordinance in effect already when they put the sign up?
Yes.
the old one is still in
The
effect.
old one
The old one.
The new one was in?
No,
No.
the old one.
So that's why we're in the problem we're in. right
It's,
now.
No, it
but it's
isn't.
still,
Okay.
it's still required.
Please,
That's
we
right.
are still operating under the old sign guidelines. We're working on the new ones. They've not been approved yet by the city council. We still have the old ones in effect.
We were under the old sign guidance.
But,
Okay. Then this meeting is over.
no, because the old sign guidelines tell you that the scale of signs, The construction of the signs, okay, excuse me, we cannot both speak at the same time. We cannot both speak at the same time, please. I will speak because I closed the public session.
Let's just sit here and wait.
You want to take a break?
Whatever you think.
Okay, all right.
If
Yeah.
it comes out,
No,
just
no,
say
no.
we're taking a five. We're taking a
Why
five.
don't we just
Here.
continue? Should we continue?
What am I doing?
Okay, board,
think the commission-
I'm closing the public comment. I think we've, unless there are more speaker cards, which is the procedure again, otherwise we have mayhem. We're going to follow procedure. Are there any more speaker cards?
Was Sandy Ponzini on this one or the next one? It's the next one, okay, so
Okay.
yeah, we've done.
So we're closing the public comment, bringing it back to the board. We are not closing the meeting now. What does the board have to say?
Well, the only violation they're in right now is they didn't come up and go through procedures. If they would have come up and went through the procedures, we would have probably passed the sign, right? Or some might not like, some would have liked it.
We never had a chance to review what, no, it was before they went and had it designed.
Right.
We never had an idea, nor do
What-
they know what the
they're
city
doing,
wants.
right.
I mean, if the colors are too bright, if the colors weren't bright enough, the colors were, gaudy purple, something like that, we'd want something to say about that. And that's how we have the board. And that's why you have the design guidelines. So the fact that they did it doesn't matter that the new ordinance is an end. The old ordinance still required review.
Right.
And that's why we're here to do that. And so if that sign is not fitting, within that area, it'll come down, it'll be modified.
Oh, I don't think so.
But also, at the time before, it was Golden Wheel Antiques, right? They didn't have or was it just antiques?
Antique, and it was a
was like
faded green with
And that's the
a,
old sign that was on the side?
But the point is, when did it come down?
Exact same size.
We didn't document the exact date, because we didn't know you guys were gonna freak out over it. Nobody documented the exact date it came
And
in.
would you rather have that sign put back up?
We can put that one back up.
I could put it back up.
That's not the point.
Have it embarrassed to the city.
Don't argue with, don't
That's
argue
not
with.
the point, what's going on there.
I think
If you would just come
what
out and file
what
that
I
deal with Roger.
talked to him about
Have
is
talked to the
just
chairperson.
contrast is important, for the thing. And it's the contrast, and even though he changed it from green, he brought it up as red. I says, well, I says,
Took it down.
beauty's in the eyes of the beholder, but I says, you gotta come in front of the commission to,
You can't talk to them anymore.
I mean,
Yeah.
what is it that you're saying? Because you guys have already made a decision.
Oh, we haven't made no decision yet.
Worthy Chairman, I have not made a decision. I am completely unaware of any of this out in the community remarks. This is the first I have heard of the sign. I drove by it today for the first time. I am not part of the Facebook issue. All of this comes as a complete surprise to me. And to be accused from the audience of that we have made our minds up, that we're aware of people in the community who are mistreating each other, it comes as a complete surprise to me. It is very difficult for me to think that I could cast a vote tonight, considering that I'm unaware of the animosity that is being created in this town.
And a good example of that, I just found out from Jana today, there's stuff flying all over town about my lot down there. Some real estate dealer is saying that we're building an enormous building, what kind of building you want built on. I don't even know any of this stuff. That's the same problem we're going through with Anthony's sign. Somebody's out there throwing this garbage all over the place.
It's very
Well,
difficult.
It's out of control, this whole thing's out of control.
Rumor.
I'd just like to say that this is the first time I've been presented. I thought I'm here appointed as commissioner to review these things and to make a decision on them based on everybody's opinion and what's brought before the commission. From what for what appears in front of me at this point in time is that this application has been, or this permit has been given to this board to review, and the facts are, remains, with regardless of what's being said here, is that we have a sign that's gone up before the permit's been authorized or any approval. We haven't had a chance to discuss it. That's just the issue here. That's it. It has nothing to do with anything that's happening around or any opinions on outside of this meeting. So I would like to hear from the rest of the commissioners and from the public to make sure, to understand this is what the issue is here. Let's work on that. Now, if we need another meeting to go over this one more time, that's fine. But right now, we're talking about the issue, which is a permit that was submitted to the city, and this is the only reason why we know that it's happening. Anything else that's going on, I don't know anything about it, nor do I care about it. I just want to talk about what's before us right now. And how do we decide to do what we're going to do? From what I gather from this information, with the facts that have been presented to this commission, is the fact that the permit what came after the sign was put up. And we were thinking, together with the rest of the town, we don't do these things. We have a process in fairness to the rest of the community. So if we want to deal with other people in the community, we want to treat them fairly, and the best way to do that is to bring it before the board of the commission, whatever, or the city council, and we'll talk about it, and we'll get these things straightened out and do what's right for everybody. I'm thinking that the people who are coming into this room are willing to do that right now, today. So let's take those steps today to do the right thing for the Carnarja family, for the antique shop, and for San Juan Bautista. Can we do that? Can we do that? So let's do that, and if we need to step back and think about this some more and how we're going to approach this, fine. But in the meantime, whether we vote on this or not, the important thing is as far as the facts that are presented right here, I think we have a sign that does not meet compliance. And we need to do something about that collectively in a responsible way, and we need everybody's help. That's it.
Well said.
So where do we go from here, Chairman?
That's up to the board.
Are you suggesting that we continue this so that
We can continue this to make sure we have all the facts and understand. I'm happy with all the signs as far as they're presented. They're well done and everything else, but they do not comply with our code or any of our ordinances. So whether we go back to the old sign or whatever, we still have to make a decision. You brought it to us. We need to work on this. You know, if you had put up the sign and then asked for a permit, well, you know, I don't know what is a criminal. It's not going to be a criminal act, but the thing is, we need to work together on this and get it done right. Mm-hmm. And right now, the way I see it, the only decision we can give the public right now is that this sign that's up there now is out of compliance. And
out of compliance because it did not go through the permit process.
Yeah, are we going to amend whatever we've got in place right now so to accommodate this sign? We need to decide where we're going to go with that.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to comment that we don't make up our minds. Well, we have these binders that we're given with all the information that we need to study the matter, and we review them. And so we do have an idea of how we're going to vote, and then we do listen to the public as well. Sometimes it's not enough to sway us one way or the other. I think the bottom line is that we have to follow procedure. The sign permit should have been applied for, then the sign purchased and installed. That's the problem. It's not anything else at this point.
Okay, now that has not happened. So now that it went up before, now you have to address the fact that it went up before. Now the question is,
what do we do?
Does the sign comply with the design guidelines? You know, now that's the bottom question.
In my opinion, it does not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's,
yeah.
you know,
with
whether
that,
I had
with
the
that
opportunity to
with
address
in
that,
there
I don't know.
Is you have to look at the letter of the law. Color is an important aspect of visual communications. Contrast is important influence in legibility of the sign. A substantial contrast should be provided between the colors and the materials of the background and the letter and the symbols to make the sign easier to read both day and night. That's what they were trying to achieve, you know. Color combinations that interfere with the legibility is not the best interest. An effective sign does more than just attract the attention. It communicates a message. Usually this is the question of readiness. Now, the question in that context of those 4 paragraphs, it is brilliant, it's got a white background, but does it do the job of communicating that Mr. Canaggio wants? It's in the eyes of beholders. Yeah.
But I think that what you have just presented, Mr. City Manager, is the criteria we would use to evaluate the sign once the process was properly approached. The sign went up, I guess, before the person made application.
Yes.
I have no idea who complained. That's beside the point, in my opinion. We need to follow the process.
And I agree. But the question there is, it has gone up, and he feels that it complies with the criteria. Now the question is it went up legal. Should you make them tear it down, or should you fine them, or should you make them change the color? Those are the options, But the sign has gone up. He feels that it complies with the design guidelines. They're adamant that they want the sign the way it is because it really features their business. Now the question is, do you agree with that or you disagree with that? And what kind of changes do you want?
I think we have to think about the precedent this will set as well.
Well, no, the precedent will be set is that you feel that if he did this before he did the thing, the normal procedures in the building code is that the fine is double.
We have that.
Yeah, we have that. So
But
the
what is the
normal
fine?
the normal procedure would be is to double the application fee and make that as a
What's the
fine.
application fee, $25?
$25.
So that'd be $50.
And we would
35.
do this for everyone who is not in compliance.
No, now that sign
sign is
application,
up?
let me understand that. That sign application of $25 is an existing sign that they want to embellish there. If it's a new sign, it's a $250 application fee. If it's a freestanding sign there, then that's a double, so then it becomes more monumental. These signs that we changed, do you remember the ordinance to make us more user-friendly is if a person has an existing sign, we wanted them to encourage them to bring it up so that it shows the
But
feature.
it's not existing.
Yeah. No. Existing signs. New signs
They
are...
had an existing permit, but the sign, as we all saw, the old one is not usable anymore, so it's really not existing.
Exactly.
It was taken down, and
Now the
therefore it
question
does not
is
exist anymore.
do we want to be...
Well, the application says relocating, changing an existing approved sign,
Sign,
so
yeah. Now, the question is, do we want to encourage people to upgrade and maintain their signs?
of course.
Yes, we do. Well, that's one of our objectives, wasn't it?
And I can totally understand that this will certainly improve business. This will attract new customers. And that's not, again, the problem that we're having. But we can work around it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have approved it. I would have had a more subdued white than the brightness that it has.
Because you're not in business. You never have been.
So it's the contrast that the red versus the white background.
The misunderstanding among the people in this community is something that we want, I believe what I heard Commissioner Medeiros talking about, to avoid. We want to
work together
We
in
want
this.
to work together. Now, do we need more time to do that? Do we sit here and do it tonight, or do we continue this to another
Here's
time?
what's gonna happen. They put their sign up without going to commit. So we're gonna go ahead and fine them. The next person's gonna come in the town, gonna do the same thing.
But what if
It's
they
just
don't have
gonna-
an existing sign?
It don't matter. The only difference between this sign and the old sign, one is aluminum and the other one is wood.
The old one
You
is...
go down and you come out the grocery store down there, they got the bright colors on it, says San Juan Batista,
It's
come into
awful.
San Juan. And I agree with Anthony, the sign will bring more people in because they can see it. And it's a nice looking sign, and it's gonna last and won't fade and fall apart.
I have no problem with the old sign, but it has reached its economic life, and that's why it's down. So it ceases to exist.
Right.
So we're talking about now is a new sign on that wall, which again, personally I would have toned it down. It's bright white on bright red with black outlines. And that's what you have to determine whether that's what you want. Oh, what is the size of the old sign versus the size of the new sign?
Most signs are the same size.
Okay,
They're
that,
the same square footage.
Yeah, we have,
And the lettering, the sizes of the letters?
yeah.
No,
Actually,
that would
the
be
letters
different.
were bigger.
Okay.
yeah, because that was all that was on it.
I see that on
Sign faces south and no wood sign. The
Can
sign I
withstand
had
that.
hanging to the front part by Alex Zeller. I'm having it restored. It completely just crumbled from the sun, and the one on the side of the store, the sun just destroyed it. And the reason you can't use paint anymore on wood is because it doesn't have any lead in it, and it will not stay.
So, my question, how are we gonna stop this from happening again? We can't, really.
We've been putting notices out for 4 years. We've invited people to
Right.
meetings. We've had public hearings. We've had meetings off on what, those Thursday meetings,
Right.
workshops. We met with the San Juan Committee.
I know, you guys worked on this for 4 years straight. I mean, a lot of time went into this new sign ordinance. Now we have a problem here because Anthony did get the permit before he put the sign and it comes later.
That's one part of it. The other part is the contrasting acceptable in the city of San Juan
Well, it's
Bautista?
not in compliance.
That's a completely subjective point on your part.
Yeah, but
That's
it's,
why we're here.
it's not in compliance. It doesn't meet what our code stands for right now.
I haven't written.
And the only way we could have addressed that if the permit would have came before the planning commission or the board to discuss what we were going to do, how we were going to approach that.
It's
And
the
now
app.
we've been taken out of that position right now. Other than how do we fix it? How do we go beyond it? How do we turn the page? What are we going to live with from here on out? And right now, we're dealing with a non-compliance that could perpetuate or set precedents. So how do we avoid that? How do we prevent that from happening? Because we have to share the will of the rest of the people, not certain people. We have to serve the will of the city. So how do we address that? And we need everybody to be in support of that, including those who feel that they're against it. So we have to go beyond that. So we're asking the applicants to help us with that. So where do we go from here? I think maybe, is this something that Roger and the family can, and the business can work this out, knowing what would be, that we need to do to be in compliance? Is this one step we could take from tonight?
Well, I think we'd need some direction from the.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is this something that you and the business can work this out? So, because you know what we would need to put up there.
Yeah.
See, the bottom line is,
And have the applicant review what we have to review and make decisions on, so that we can collectively come back with a decision. In other words, do the applicants understand the ordinances we have in place in order to be in compliance, so that we can decide what is the best position we could take on this? I don't think that that's happened yet.
the question is, if this had come before you, before the board, would it have been approved? That's what I think we should be looking at.
Exactly.
And-
Exactly.
And if it wouldn't have been approved, then modifications are required. If it would have been approved, then it goes to the planning commission, which will basically be a rubber stamp with the support of the committee, support of the board. But the thing is, it went up without review. So the question is, would you, after the fact, would you have approved this sign as presented? A very sharp contrast of white and red with black outlines. It's probably good someplace. The question is it good at this location today?
Does everyone here understand that the recommendation is what we are doing here about the design review? The Planning Commission later this evening has it on its agenda for the final decision. Isn't that what we're doing? We're just making a recommendation to the Planning Commission that will become the actual position of the Planning Commission.
would you
We're only
have-
a review board.
Would you have recommended approval of this sign as presented?
Now, we could turn this down, right? And they could appeal it to the city council.
Well, let's go to the Planning Commission first.
No, the Planning
We
Commission.
have to go back to the
Yeah.
planning.
It has to come tonight or whenever to the Planning Commission.
If we decide
from
to
this
make
board.
that, if we decide to make that a decision for tonight,
Decision tonight.
But I
if
wouldn't
we
wanna
don't want to
just-
continue this.
I wouldn't want to just toss it to the council, see if you can approve it, just go ahead and appeal it. I think our role is to make a decision. We would not have approved this, or we would have done it, and, commission would say, fine, or not acceptable in San Juan Bautista as presented at this time. And that is appealable. But I'd want the council to have some background, not just say, here's a sign, But I think if we choose to deny it, or recommend not approving it, there should be some reasons. And the reasons should be related to the city's guidelines, which were approved by the city council. They approved those guidelines, so all we're doing is implementing the law for them.
That's our only step. That is what we are doing, design review at this point in time.
Excuse me.
So what does the board want to do as an HRB?
I think it is our job as people who are sitting here on the commission to review, does it meet design guidelines? And we had the color and so forth all described. We saw the old one. I'm still wondering if we can call the one that was taken down for so many years, apparently, an existing sign. I don't believe that we can do that.
That sign was put up, when was the sign put up?
In the 60s.
If a sign is removed physically from the real estate, it no longer is a sign.
It's mostly 6 months. It's reached its economic life. It no longer exists as a sign. So they're saying, we have a blank wall, we have a business that needs identification, we want to put this sign up there, and they did. But the question was, would the HRB have recommended approval of that sign? And if they wouldn't, then the thing might be to make that finding, refer them to staff, and then go to the Planning Commission. They go to the Planning Commission with a recommendation for non-support, would probably be denied. And I would just send them work with staff and see, okay, what can we do with this thing? If anything.
So if we were to make a motion, what would that motion be for the board? Is this, are we there now? Is that what we want to do now?
You could recommend, I think you could recommend the Planning Commission that the sign as presented on the building, A, is not in compliance with the procedure, and B, should not be approved because it does not meet the guidelines. And that's what the Planning Commission would take up and say, okay, we concur or override it.
And then the Planning Commission, later this evening, making a decision on our proposal, if worded that way, would then probably send it back to us to review another time?
No, but see, as soon as you put those findings in there, it isn't just yes or no. It's yes because or no because. And if you do not comply with the law, it can't be approved.
So they wouldn't have.
Again, this is an ordinance that carries the full weight of the law, so we just have to deal with that.
However, your new design, your new sign ordinance, and I'll read it, consideration of flexibility and waivers of the San Benito County Design Guidelines shall include but not be limited to consistency with the style and character of the sign on adjacent properties, whether the sign would be detracted or adversely impact the use and enjoyment of adjacent properties, or whether the sign would have an adverse impact on the safety and efficiency movement of the pedestrians or vehicle traffic.
And that's in the proposed,
Yeah, that's in the
but
yeah.
we can't go by that yet.
I know.
But that
All right.
was our intention for the last 4 years,
Yeah,
to work toward an understanding of the whole community, to participate in this sign
Revision.
revision. And so with that in mind, I am inclined to encourage us to follow some of the suggestions that you're making, Commissioner Medeiros, so that we can work with the community. We've spent 4 years working on this sign ordinance, and we want it to work from the get-go. How can we work with people who are still dealing with the old ordinance to help all of us understand how this is going to work? So how do we word a motion to possibly, I would, if the chair would entertain a motion to continue this so that we have the opportunity to work with the issue at hand.
What say the rest of you? Continue to the next meeting?
Yeah,
Or a
special meeting?
Another special meeting.
special
I
meeting.
hate to do it before Christmas. Our next meeting is in January. Maybe that we can,
but I don't know if I think Ernest, excuse me for interrupting, but
sure, please.
I think Ernest was trying to get us to formulate a motion so that we make a decision tonight on that action that we're supposed to vote on, make a recommendation for the planning commission so that we can still come back and get this thing fixed. The first thing I think we need to do is vote on the fact and make a motion that this sign is not in compliance. But in a sense, that's okay because we're going to take whatever steps we need to do to get it corrected and fixed so that we can all agree that we're okay with whatever sign goes up there, if this is not the one. But I think based on the facts that we have to make a motion saying if they first brought this to our attention, no signs have gone up yet, we're going to have to make that decision, make a motion based on that as if it was presented to us for the first time and see it for the first time, and make a recommendation to the applicant where we need to go with it. We haven't been given that opportunity. Now we need to make a motion regardless. And I say regardless that the sign is not in compliance. And I don't know exactly what the motion is going to be at this time, but recommending to the planning commission that they not approve it, the applicants for
Okay,
permit.
then the motion would be to recommend to the planning commission that the sign not be approved because it is not in compliance with the city's design
Municipal
guidelines.
codes, yes.
Period.
Can the sign stay up until
Yeah.
they come back? Then we
It
have
should
to
come
take the
down.
sign down.
And maybe we could put a clause into that saying, because we're going to take whatever steps it is to rectify the situation to the best interest of the city.
That would be part B then. The HRB is prepared to work with the applicant and staff to resolve the matter, resolve the issues.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something? Which one of you are gonna come take it down? Seriously.
Don't respond.
Because we're not.
Okay, you want to call for the motion?
Excuse me,
I'll call for a motion.
Okay. Go ahead. Anybody wants to?
Would you feel comfortable making that again? So,
Okay, I'll move that the HRB recommend to the planning commission that the sign not be approved because it does not comply with the design guidelines, and further, that the HRB is prepared to work with the applicant and staff to resolve the discrepancies. Can you live with that?
I don't think we have a choice, other than that.
Well, you always have a choice.
Well, that is the choice. That we don't have a choice. At this point in time, to make a choice to make this decision.
We have a motion on the floor, and
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Matt, we need a roll call vote.
All right. Commissioner Franco?
Aye.
Commissioner Medeiros?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett? Commissioner Gallardi?
aye.
And Chairwoman Guibert.
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on to the next sign. Consideration of a recommendation to the Planning Commission for a sign permit for Emily Renzel at 101 and 103 3rd Street. Staff report?
Matt, do you want to take that? You took it in.
So we received an application from Emily Renzel, Old Adobe Antiques, for a sign for the front of her store. You see, I copied a section of the elevation drawing for you guys. It's a little light, but on the corner of the building there, between the door and the corner of the building, you can see it kind of lightly. That's where the sign is going to be placed. It works with the size requirements. It seems to work with the design guidelines, as we've gone over in depth in the last segment. It's handcrafted, looks, historic, fits the building, and so she'd like you to approve a sign permit for her.
I see that the applicant is here, and I've invited her to come up with her sign. You're safe.
I assure you, it's safe.
So, my business is only open 3 days a week for 5 hours each day, and I'm not trying to draw people out of their cars to come here. It's a pedestrian sign just to identify the building or the shop storefront. And this piece of lumber was salvaged when Ponzini's was rehabbed, and so it's really old lumber, and it came painted like that, so I just chiseled out my store name and made the sign. It's currently buttressed in the back, but I'll have a flat back, and it would be flush with the wall and mounted with 4 screws that would be decorative of some sort, probably wrought iron or something, I don't know. But in any case, I'm not trying to attract neon lights and all that. It's just simply to identify my store. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind holding it for the audience? Just turn it around so they can see.
And the television.
And the television, yeah.
That's my wood. It is. Good use.
It is. I love the idea of repurposing. Okay, do we have any comment cards?
Yeah,
Okay.
Ms. Ponzini.
Okay. Mrs. Ponzini?
Cindy Ponzini.
You're up.
Oh, I think mine's for them, your TV. Because I had a question about signage on the
Oh.
TV building.
Please come.
Is that now?
Is it not on our agenda, though? That's the only problem with this.
Yeah, I think that's the problem.
Oh.
So, yeah, then it can't be.
Okay. If it's not on the agenda, we can't speak about it tonight because it's a special meeting.
And that's going to be the problem with the Elaine Reyna comment
Oh,
card, too, because it was
okay.
also not having to do with any of this.
Okay.
So,
Anyone else want to speak on this? Okay, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board. What are your thoughts?
I'm fine with it.
Followed procedure, and it fits. It's not, compared to the extreme contrast, it's
Muted.
muted and gives a message straight and to the point.
Pedestrian oriented.
It's a beautiful sign. It's a little subdued on my part, but it's a beautiful sign. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for going through the process. It makes it
However,
easier.
However, oh my goodness.
Here we go.
Yes, here we go. This was, for this sign placed on an A-frame sign, did you have a permit for it before?
It's on a chair.
I know, I probably shouldn't be stepping on this, but that sign has been in front of Emily's shop for a long time on an A-frame, and I believe it was unpermitted. I don't know
I thought it was
how we
there,
deal
too.
with that, considering the problems that
Well,
we're
I
having
know
for
that the
signs.
new ordinance is not permitting those things, and so that's why I am coming in. I only have put it out when my store was open and brought
Just-
it in, but,
Just like a lot of other people have non-permitted signs standing on the sidewalk without going through the process, so.
well, this, if you approve this
Only
for
if
the
it's on
wall,
private
it will
property.
be off the sidewalk.
Yes.
I guarantee it.
I don't think so.
I felt that I needed to bring that point
Well, I
to the
think
commissioner's
One way of
attention.
looking at it is just, there's a fit. She's got in front of the store, and people walk by to look in different directions.
And so she was,
And if it didn't make it, she would have had to do something else.
so it was within the 48 inches and so forth.
I thought that's what it was for, just to get the feeling to see whether it was going to work at all.
It was on the
But
other,
it's been on the sidewalk for several years.
it's on
days a
the
week.
bigger version
Okay.
of this.
But I felt that I needed to bring that out.
Okay?
All right, are we ready to make a motion? Okay, would somebody like to make the motion?
Okay, I'll move that the HRB recommend to the Planning Commission that the Emily Renzel sign for the old Adobe antiques be approved.
Recommend to the Planning Commission.
To the Planning Commission.
I second.
Oh, we got one.
All right.
Yeah, but this is for the Planning Commission.
This is for the planning commission,
for
so
the
you
planning.
would.
You're recommending to the Planning Commission that we
You
that we
recommend to the
approve the
planning
sign,
commission.
yeah.
Yes.
So that's what we're doing right now, and
Okay.
you just motioned it. Or
I
who did?
seconded.
And seconded, okay.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
All right. Commissioner Franco?
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett? Commissioner Gallardi?
Aye.
And Chairwoman Gerbert?
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, motion is stated by the maker, passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Item 4, comments from the Historic Resources Board.
I have none.
I'm good.
Keeping it short.
I would just like to comment, our planning commissioner chair has referred to the reasonable man approach, and I would like all of us to take that approach with everything we do in San Juan. Let's just think of what's best for the town. Please, if you're in the audience or if you're at home, come to city council or come to the city if you have a question about anything you want to do with your business or your home. It's so much easier to do it that way than to do it after the fact. So I hope that people ask questions. The city is very friendly, very open to helping you. And we want to help you too. It's just really difficult to do it after you've already done something. So that's all I have to say. City manager, city planner? Oh,
The commission is on record as trying to be business-friendly, user-friendly, and people-friendly. And I think we've proved that several times. Everybody doesn't have to agree with it, but from up here, there's no prejudging. It's wide open, and we've worked on an ordinance trying to solve problems, alleviate problems, and make things a lot faster. So I concur with the chairman that let us know what you want to do, and you can come in as a what's the process?
Informal project
Informal
review.
project review. Get some real good feeling on that. You work with staff, get the right material to present to the commission or the council. Because if you don't, it's like oral communication. If you don't tell them what you want, don't blame them for not knowing. If you don't put a sign suggestion up, there's no way we can help you with. I've seen signs that were so cluttered that nobody has the time to read them as they drive by. Sometimes less is better, less is more.
thank you. Any comments from city staff?
No?
Okay, well, I will close this meeting of the Historic Resources Board. Pass the gavel to our Vice Chair, David Maderos.
Thank you, Wanda. So the meeting for the Planning Commission today, which is December the 4th, will start at 6:55 p.m. Is now open. Whatever that's. And do we have to do the flag thing
6:59.
again?
The roll.
The roll call? Can we have a roll?
All right, Commissioner Franco,
Aye. There.
Commissioner Medeiros,
Here.
Commissioner Garrett, Commissioner Gallardi,
Present.
and Commissioner Guibert.
Present.
I'm looking for the
Agenda?
agenda. Is this it?
It's right here.
Yeah, this is it. Okay, so we have roll call. By the way, I'm taking over for Ernest this evening because he's not feeling well. I'm sure he's going to jump in. I'm encouraging him to jump in as soon as possible where I seem to be lacking as far as the chairman position goes, vice chair goes. But in the meantime, I'll try to be his voice as best as I can.
Thank you,
But
sir.
jump in when you can.
Team approach.
I need your help. So let's go with public comments at this point in time. Does anybody have any public comments that have nothing to do with the agenda?
No, they can only.
Oh, that's right.
They only
Yeah.
have to do with the
Special.
agenda.
We'll all jump in.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, yeah, okay, so just any comments at this point in time about anything on the agenda? None? Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, okay.
Are you going to review the signing stuff again, you make a decision?
We're going to make a decision on that for the planning commission, yes.
Not at this point.
Not at this point. We will get to it. All right. Any informal project review?
None, Mr.
None?
Vice Chair. No.
Okay. Action items. Approve affidavit to posting agenda. A motion was made by board members Franco and seconded by board members Garrett to approve the affidavit to posting agenda. The motion passed. So what are we doing on that?
Oh, that was for the HRB.
It's for the HRB.
Oh, this is HRB?
Yes, keep going.
Am I on the right thing here?
Keep going for more
Look
pages.
down under, in your agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
It's
Oh,
supposed
my
to have
gosh.
this marker in it. Does it have the
Where
marker
is
in
it?
here?
There
you
it is.
go.
Okay, I'll get there. I'm sorry, folks.
Marker's here.
Right here.
There you
All
go,
right.
Right there.
Sorry about that. Consent items. Let's go with that. I'm
Wait,
sorry.
let's see what,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I think I was under, I fall under the informal project review.
Okay.
okay.
I apologize. Do you want me to go back?
We never had an application, and we don't have it on the agenda.
No, but it says here I can ask a question.
Yes, yeah.
You can ask a question, yeah, right. Yeah.
That's what we do.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, would you announce your name and
Sure.
address?
Sandy Ponzini, 318 3rd Street, here in San Juan Bautista. We have no sign on our building. And I have been looking over the new ordinance, which I find a little bit confusing, but I'm easy to confuse. I was wondering if there would be a consideration for not putting it on a wooden sign, but actually just putting it on the building? Or does it have to be on a sign? That's my question.
It could be on
We
the
just
wall.
paint it on a building like the Plaza Market, or, and if that's okay, what process do I go through?
What you're talking about, you want to paint it on the top side?
On the building itself.
On the building itself, and maybe on the side, because it was the Justice Court. So I
Yeah,
thought-
I would recommend that she come in and talk with Matt, and we have the new ordinance and we have the old ordinance. Wall signs, both either placard signs or painted signs are allowed.
And they'll review the dimensions and
Dimensions.
all that.
Yeah,
It's a
my
possibility.
answer to your
Yes.
questions is yes to all of them.
Yeah. And thank you for asking.
But the staff will help you define it
Yeah.
Thank you.
and certainly make it a lot easier for the board as well. Eventually. Okay, anybody else? Is that any informal? Anybody else for just informal project review? Okay. Consent items. Items A, B, C, and D, approved affidavit of posting agenda, approved affidavit of posting public hearing notice, approved affidavit of mailing, approved minutes for September 2nd, 2014 meeting. How do we want to
If
proceed
there's
with
no
that?
comments on anything, I move that the consent agenda that all of the, that the affidavits indicate the legal posting necessary to hold the public hearings has been done, and I would move that the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Including A, B, C, and D.
For A, B, C, and D, second the motion? Okay, can we have a roll?
Sure. Commissioner Franco.
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos.
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner Gallardi.
Aye.
And Commissioner Guibar.
Aye.
All
Before we-
members of the commission being present, motion is stated by the maker, passes unanimously.
Before we move on, there is a question related to the September 2nd. It said we approved the minutes of July 1st, and then Chairman Franco requested pulling the minutes from the consent agenda and asked them to take it to the next meeting. Did we ever approve those July minutes? Could someone go back and check for us before next meeting, please?
We will, okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, so we go to the next item 5, which is public hearing items. We have item A, general plan amendment of the 1998 general plan to change the urban growth boundary and land use designation for 11.7 acres east side of First Street and San Juan Highway. Applicant, City of San Juan Bautista. Parcel numbers are 02-24-012. Another parcel is 002-240013. Another parcel 002-240014. Another parcel 02-230-001. And parcel 002-230002. Another parcel. There's 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 parcels. The last parcel being 002-230-003.
Okay. Mr. Chair?
Before we go to staff's,
Yeah.
I got to recuse.
No. Before you do that, it just
Yeah.
says, the staff is requesting that this item be continued to January the 6th, 2014. The notices were prepared and everything, but it did not get posted correctly. And inadvertently, we cannot hold the public hearing tonight.
Oh,
That takes care
okay.
of that.
It was just an oversight on our part, and so what we'll do is we'll repost it and then have it for the January 6th meeting.
Okay, so do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
Okay.
To continue the
But you
public
can.
hearing to January the 6th.
Okay, I move that we continue item 5A, 1 and 2, to the January 6th, 2015 meeting.
Do we get a second?
I second.
All right.
Did you-
Commissioner Franco? Sorry.
Okay,
I heard
roll
second.
call.
Roll call, yeah.
Commissioner Franco?
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett? Commissioner Gallardi?
Aye, but can you vote?
You can vote to continue it,
He
yeah.
can vote to
Yeah, right,
continue.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Because there's no-
And Commissioner Guibar?
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker, passes unanimously.
Okay, next item for public hearing items, which is item B, consider site plan and design review for construction of an 11,250 square foot banquet hall and a 3,928 square foot two-story multiple use building consisting of a hair salon, small gymnasium, rooms for facials, massage, and a relaxation and meditation room. Yeah, do I need to go through all the other,
No, I think that...
no, so let's start with applicant's presentation,
No,
Or staff
the
report.
staff report,
staff report.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
staff
Yeah.
presentation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Planning Commission, the applicant has filed an application with the city requesting the construction of a 11,250 foot square single-story banquet building and a 3,928 square feet two-story personal care building, which I call it, consisting of the small gymnasium and et cetera and everything. The staff has looked at the overall complex. The single-story building is a 75 by 100-foot building, 23-foot high. It has the necessary setbacks, and it's adjacent to the 156 there. The original motel was built back in 1979 and was approved as a use permit site development by the Planning Commission on September 5th, 1979. The project was approved for a 42-unit motel unit and restaurant. However, the restaurant was never built. Staff was able to find copies of the original use permit, the rezoning, and some of the minutes, and I've attached those to you to show you what consists back in 1979. And they attached the environmental impact report and site development plans and approved it as such. The environmental to evaluate any project before we get started is that it must comply with the California Environmental Quality Act. And we've looked at it, we've prepared an initial study, and we've kind of identified some critical areas that there could be some significant impacts that would possibly require additional studies. We've analyzed the project in respect to whether it could be a statutory exemption, a category exemption, or whether a mitigated negative declaration should be prepared. And we evaluated in that context. In evaluating the overall thing, we've looked at two aspects. There's going to be a large building for a banquet, and then there's going to be a two-story building that's inside the quad area of the next to the patio area and the old pool area. That's going to be part of the motel or inn establishment and everything. We've analyzed the thing in terms of that the two-story building is really going to be a personal care facility for the amenities to develop for the guests staying there. It'll have a hair salon, it'll have rooms for facial and massage, it'll have a small gymnasium, relaxation and meditation area and stuff like that. That's all designed for the amenities of the guests staying at the inn. Obviously, the applicant wants to upgrade the standards of the inn from when he took it over, and he's improved it to where he wants a higher quality type of inn that would reflect that. When we analyze the environmental aspect of it, we said, well, maybe that would be part of the original development if those activities were being used originally for the recreation of the things, and that the 11,250 square foot building would be a new complex, and that would be subject to a more rigorous review of the environmental complex, where that would require maybe a specific medication and negative declaration with emphasis on traffic, parking, drainage, and lighting and stuff like that. So when we analyze the two things, we kind of approach it from that standpoint, and then we came up with the conditions of approval that would reflect the 3,928 square feet building as a conditional use. They were also requesting a conditional use to allow an accessory use to the inn, to allow dining and food preparation and delivery and wine tasting in the courtyard and plaza area. That's where the old pool was, the building and everything. So when we evaluated it, we felt that the commission could evaluate it on a two-part basis or completely as a separate one. And so the staff report has attached the site plan, the floor plans of the various installations and the bank will, the application for the use permit. We've even attached the FEMA maps that show that it's part of it is in the floodplain. And then we've prepared the resolutions that would approve the initial study and checklist that identifies the various sensitive areas, and then the resolutions that would approve a conditional use permit, and then a resolution that would approve the site and design review findings and mitigated measures, monitoring programs, and conditions of approval. The applicant is in the audience with his design engineer, and
Well, I think, shouldn't we ask the applicant to make a presentation on behalf
yes,
of,
yeah.
of the project itself so that we may understand if we have any questions? So will the presenters come forward?
Hello, my name is Frank Leal. As you all know, I took over the old San Juan Inn and remodeled it and opened it and bringing business in the town. The spa building and pool area is designed to just, well, we pulled out the original pool, so we'd like to replace that in a different area and incorporate a spa type facility where our brides and the bridal party can come in and have spa treatments during their stay with us. The banquet facility would be on the empty lot of dirt there alongside 156, and that's that would be for both. We've been asked for conference rooms and a banquet facility, so that's where that would take place, is in that right alongside Highway 156.
So just, here's where it would be.
Right, right. And in that building, we would have a catering kitchen set up to serve food. We would also have a bar and a area for our florists to set up, so some refrigeration and those type of things. So that's what I'm proposing.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How many people is this hall gonna hold?
We want to be able to have events right around 250 people.
You ask about the banquet.
And then the other thing, this building is right up against the property line, right? The back of the building?
The banquet facility?
Yeah.
The
There's no space in here for landscaping or anything?
I believe there is. I believe there's 3 or 4 feet of spacing.
The way it shows it here, there's none at all.
That can be moved. We're just trying to right, that's some of the photos.
You have a liquor store, a bar and a restaurant in it, facilities to cook and all that stuff in there too?
No. We're going to have a bar for our catering, and we'll have a catering kitchen, which is a 3-compartment sink and some tables to set up, but we won't be cooking on the side now.
If you want a liquor license.
What's that?
You want to have a liquor license?
Yes. We've already applied for our liquor license, and we've also already.
And in your binder, there's a sheet 2B that shows the floor plan of the banquet, the 2B, in your binder, Look back there,
Yeah.
I got that.
2B.
So, if we were to show these to the camera, which is this one?
That's our banquet facility.
This is the banquet
So
facility.
behind that would be Highway 156.
And is this another, and what's this picture?
That's the look from Highway 156. So that would be, we're planning on doing some landscaping and some faux doors, just to give it the mission style
So
look from the highway
those
side.
aren't real,
Yeah.
the faux doors.
The doors aren't, no.
Yeah, that's nice.
They're real wood, they're just not going to be
Yeah,
operable.
they're not open.
So that would be,
So these are both the banquet.
yes, yes, ma'am.
And this is representing the highway?
Yes.
With no sound wall here, or is that the sound wall?
There's right here, there's a big ditch that went all right across there in the front.
Uh-huh.
And they're pushing it right up against the fence. They got about 2-foot clearance, 3 feet from us.
And the Caltrans speeding by. Now, where are these going to go? Back to you?
He just threw it.
Can you pass them around the audience?
Yeah, how about that?
Not, actually, not the parking.
That's one of the issues. Well, there's an existing permit on. Skip a little more clarification. David,
What?
any more public comments on this until we get in?
No, yeah, well,
I have
right
a
now,
question for him.
yes, we're still doing part of the presentation here, applicant's presentation. I have some questions too. I don't think we haven't put a stop to that yet. So, do you have any more questions? Do you?
Not at this
Or Jenny?
time.
Okay.
I would be interested in a site visit for the board. Would you be amenable to that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we'll have staff set that up and notice the public, because they'd have to be noticed, right? Okay, good, thank you.
That was my question too, if we could have a site visit.
Absolutely.
And go over the whole property situation as far as the streets going are concerned, and understanding the business case that you're putting together here for the city as well. In other words, what's this all about? What you're catering to, weddings and what have you, and I'd like to hear the story behind that and how you feel it fits into San Juan.
Well,
If that, go ahead.
Well, I have a winery in Hollister, and I also have a banquet facility in Morgan Hill. And what we found with the hacienda is folks come into town and they like the look of it. It's the, style-wise, I pulled some design from the Mission, and we went with the rough stucco and kept the clay tile roof, and trying to keep with what's happening in San Juan Bautista's design-wise. And now we found that we have clients that want to book it for weddings, so they want to take the whole hotel over, and these are all, of course, tourists. It's not a whole lot of locals, but the requests we're getting are from out of the area that want to have their ceremony at the Mission, come over across the street and have their reception at the hacienda, and have their guests stay at the hotel. So it's going to be more of a package deal versus folks coming in just using the banquet facility and leaving. It's more of a package deal where they get that, the whole experience of the town with the ceremonies here at the Mission, the church.
And what about the public in general, as far as, let's say, the local residents and what have you? How would they fit into this business that you have, or the inn, or what have you?
Well, on weekends, currently, we have folks come in, and when the hotel's full, they come into town and have dinner and, basically spend the weekend here in San Juan Bautista. So I think it's great for local business, but, from the public side, we've had we've held meetings there with the merchants of the downtown, have held meetings. We have a lobby, patio in the back, so I know we're across the highway, but I think it's just a win-win for the merchants in town. We're bringing in tourism dollar, and so far they really the reason I'm applying for this permit to build a building is because of the great response we're getting. The couples wanting to be married here at the Mission and not have a banquet facility here where they can hold their reception.
Yeah.
So we find there's a need for it.
So if my relatives call me from back east and they say they want a place to stay, I can still make arrangements for them to stay in one room?
Absolutely.
And just, even though there's a banquet going on in there and everything else?
Sure, if we have
Okay.
a room available.
So it's
It's
still
not
open?
closed off to
Yeah.
the public. In fact, we have Earthbound Farms, and to say the seeds stay there during the week.
Mhm.
You know, I actually have to purchase a bus, and we're transporting people. So, no, we're open to the public. It's not a private, you know, hotel and banquet facility. We're open to the public, but we would also like to fill that need, that niche of a banquet facility
Okay.
for the town.
Sounds good.
With good acoustics?
Great acoustics.
Yeah. That's a good question.
I know.
Well, I think maybe we can, at our visit, maybe we can
Check it out.
check it out, yeah.
Do
Well,
many
it
of your
hasn't been built
patrons
yet.
from the winery, wedding parties, do they stay here?
Yes, that's the majority of our weekend business.
And
is
so
we're
would they
busing
be
up.
parking there and then you'd shuttle them in, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we have close to 100 stalls, parking stalls right now.
At the winery?
No,
Oh, here.
at the hacienda
Okay.
now, and there's room for the other 7 that Roger's requiring, so I think it would be, it could fit.
And just to get a picture of what, when we go for our walk, two things. One is that the public is invited to walk with us.
Sure.
And the other is the barn that is behind, is that on a different parcel?
It's on a different parcel, it is. And I'm not sure what Kathleen's has in mind for that, but yeah, that is a separate kind of notches
Yes, I
around
saw
the
that.
barn.
And actually, maybe I should have explained, I don't have to recuse myself from this issue because I sold that little bitty piece of property that is next door to you with the monument sign on it to Kathleen. So I am able to sit and evaluate this issue.
You couldn't do a wine serving probably, huh? That wouldn't be appropriate.
As long as everyone's over 21, I can't see
No,
why.
I'm just teasing.
Okay, so, any other questions? Nope?
I'd like to save my questions for as we go through the EIR approach.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle. Do you have anybody else with you, Frank, that want to get up and present? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Matt Kelly of Kelly Engineering, representing Mr. Leal. I have read the environmental review and the project conditions and have a few comments. The environmental review with respect to noise compared the project to the gas station located next door. There's a major difference between the two projects with respect to noise. The gas station is proposed on vacant property where this project already has a sound wall surrounding the entire property along the street frontage. A sound study is not necessary because the mitigation measure for noise is already in place. I am requesting that the requirement for a noise study be removed. Condition number 26 is requiring a dedication of 10 feet of property frontage along the Alameda. The street is already fully improved with curb, gutter, and sidewalk on both sides. The 10-foot dedication will serve no purpose. Conditions like this require a nexus. The need or requirement for additional right-of-way was not identified in the environmental review. I respectfully request that condition number 26 be deleted. Condition number 7 is requiring an 1.5-inch overlay on the Alameda and San Juan Hollister Road. With all due respect to the city, the condition of the road is due to trenching from the city's sewer and water improvements. I do understand that this project provides an opportunity for the city to request frontage improvements, but I think an 1.5-inch overlay is more than what is needed. I would like to request a compromise and offer on behalf of the owner a slurry seal instead of the 1.5-inch overlay. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I appreciate your careful consideration of my requests. I'm available if there are any questions.
Do you have any questions? Anybody?
Well,
Could he review
Commissioners?
Yeah, would you mind
review those numbers again
Yeah.
so we can get the right page and make your remarks related?
Certainly, my first request was regarding the sound study, which was not in the conditions of approval, but it was
Okay.
in the environmental
Okay,
review.
yeah.
Item B, under noise, where they suggest a similar study should be necessary to address traffic noise to the proposed project. So I'm saying it's not similar because the property already has a sound wall. So if you did a study, there really shouldn't be any need for a study because the typical mitigation measure
Yeah, but the
is already in
sound,
place.
It would be on page 18 of the environmental checklist.
Okay.
Page 18.
but isn't the sound wall that was built there, if it is indeed a sound wall, it was built there for, to accommodate an inn rather than banquet activities?
Sure, but the banquet facility is located over by the highway. It isn't even close to the Alameda or San Juan Road. The other item I brought to your attention was number
Yeah.
26
Okay.
and number 7. And those are conditions.
26 is about the San Benito County Health Department.
No,
That one.
26 is requiring a dedication of 10 feet of property frontage.
That was added at 26 is a 10-foot dedication.
Is it not on the conditional
Yeah.
use permit?
Yeah, we added 26 as a 10-foot dedication, and then all the numbers beyond that are,
Oh.
I just added one number. That might have been an older revision of that, yeah.
Oh, so we don't have the same copy
Yeah.
he's
Okay.
looking at.
So it's a 10, you're asking?
10-foot dedication along the frontage
Okay.
of the Alameda only.
So,
And you're asking that be removed?
I am.
because the sound wall is there,
No,
or the wall,
no, I'm not asking for it to remove because of the wall. I'm saying that the street is already fully improved. There's already curb gutter and sidewalk. There isn't any need identified for an additional 10 feet. Basically taking his property without a reason.
and I still can't find it.
In the back,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
widen the street.
I still can't find that in the conditions on these pages
It's
here.
not on there, I don't
So
think.
it's not in our copy.
Nope.
I,
Okay. We'll get to
Well,
it
we
again.
must have different paperwork.
Yeah, we
This
do.
is the packet that was given to Mr.
Yeah,
Liddell.
it was, the 26 was added in the last revision of it, and so,
We don't have that.
yeah.
But I don't see it anywhere.
I don't either.
Okay.
Oh, it's a whole
And that's the
different
10
document?
foot.
Well, yeah, that. Yeah, but the 26 that I have is about the permits from the San Benito County Health Department.
Yeah, 26 it is, so if you add 26 to the 10-foot dedication, and then everything after that is just up one number.
Okay.
Because in the computer, it just automatically
Okay.
renumbers it.
But I still don't see the 10 feet. but I-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is going to take a while. Thank you for my question.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well, that's been noted, so we'll work on it.
Can I ask Roger a question?
Yeah.
Roger, on this gas station, we're taking 10 feet of the guy's property to widen the street, right?
No, it's a dedication, and they're not widening it this time.
Just in case it
Just-
has to be widened.
Just for future widening, yeah.
So we're doing this same with this property here
Yeah.
too, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now, where do we go from here?
Public.
Oh, we need public comments. Any public comments?
Okay.
Kara?
Please state your name and your address, please, for the record. Thank you.
Harvon, 609 3rd Street. I haven't had a chance to look at the details or the site plan, but conceptually, I think this is a great idea for San Juan Bautista. Mr. Leal has done a beautiful job remodeling the motel. My husband and I walked over there a couple weekends ago, and it looked like, you know, there was a wedding party, people checking in, but the manager offered to take us on a tour of the property. So I think it's a real asset to the community. The prices for staying there are on the high side, I would say, but you know, it is a very nice facility. In terms of the banquet facility, or maybe we can call it a meeting facility, I think that's something else the city has really needed, and hopefully some accommodations can be made for nonprofit groups to meet and use meeting rooms there. And I'm thinking of the California Preservation Foundation, which has an annual meeting. And you know, we've never been able to meet here because we don't have the facilities or the lodging. And I think that draws close to 200 or more people annually. And then there's also another organization I belong to, the California Mission Studies Association, and they have an annual meeting. They're meeting in Ventura this February. But, you know, those are just a couple of groups that would love to meet in San Juan Bautista and fill the restaurants and take tours and really get to know our community. So I'm hoping Mr. Leal will make some accommodation for nonprofit groups to meet in his facility if you should approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric?
Anybody? Oh.
Eric Rotisoff, 1108 3rd Street. I have been over the facility, and it is absolutely beautiful over there. So they've done a really nice job. Just one of the things I wanted to discuss was at the last council meeting, there was extensive conversations regarding a deceleration ramp coming from 156 to make the right turn onto the Alameda. And the gas station owner has agreed to pay for half of the estimated $400,000 to make that deceleration ramp. And I think it'd be really important just to keep in mind that that deceleration ramp is really highly necessary for that corner, especially if you've got 250 people coming to a banquet. And I'm not suggesting that Mr. Leal paid for the complete other half of it, but certainly a portion of that deceleration ramp. That's just one of the things to consider. I don't know what the percentages would be, but I just want to make sure you guys are aware that was a discussion at the last council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, John?
Well, John Freeman, 22 North Street. I guess I'm in agreement with the other two speakers, so I should just sit down. But I too have been through the Leal hotel. I've been inside the rooms, and they are beautiful. The bathroom is beautiful. It's got that fancy tile, and still looks good. My tile gets water stained, and I scrub it, and it still gets water stains, and I scrub it some more. You don't want to hear about that. Anyway, so it's really a nice place, and I'm fully on board with it. I hope it takes off quickly. I hope it meets all your design approvals. I have a couple, you know, like Cara and Eric, I want you to go through all the processes. There was some talk about a seal on the road. In addition to the acceleration lane, but that part of the Alameda is really bad. I mean, if you have to drive over it every day, you're going to get new shocks in a year and a half on your car, or new front suspension. It's just really bad. He talked about a chip seal versus an 1.25 or 1.5 inch, whatever, real road. And I would stick to the real road, the layer of real asphalt, so you don't have to buy shocks every time you drive over the road. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for Mr. Leal, it'll look a lot better. It'll look really nice. It'll be a big improvement for the hotel and the town.
Okay.
And John Farmer?
My name is John McCormick. I am not here to give you a lot of heat, but we did have a meeting with Mr. Leal earlier this afternoon. I think we worked out some of our differences, and we'll be coming back to Roger to kind of make some compromises in terms of maybe some of the details of the construction of our gas station project. We are in support of his project. We have not read the conditions that are of approval. It does concern us with the amount of 250 people coming to that location. We are concerned about public using some of the facilities and parking. If someone wanted to use the salon, for instance, where are they parking? Parking is parking is parking. Mm-hmm. We have 51 parking spots at the gas station. He is 90-something. The study that Roger's done uses the number of 60 square feet per person for a restaurant. If it's a general assembly where you have 250 people, that to me is a general assembly. That's 40 square feet per person. That ups the parking substantially. I would like to see a traffic study so that the city understands what the long-term prospects are. I'd like to know what conditions you're going to apply to the use of the property for the guests, and who are the guests? Are the guests exclusively renting rooms, or are they just guests of the guests, or whatever? We have a common need to make sure that we're not overrunning the streets with cars. And I'd certainly suggest the recommendation that my other John friend here says that there should be contributions to those improvements. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it. Okay, so, I'm sorry.
We need to recognize this.
Oh, yeah, we haven't. I was going to come to that.
Oh, I thought that's part of it.
Yeah, so now we're through with the public comments, and now we've got some written public comments. And how do we want to do that? Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Let's see, you can read them all out, or you can refer to them in the document, in the minutes of the written communication from so-and-so, oral communication from so-and-so. But if we're going to be discussing most of that,
So should we ask staff to read it out for us, or go over it, or how would we?
It's only like 6 pages.
Yeah.
Can we?
We don't have a presenter, huh?
Can we recommend that that staff consider these comments and incorporate them or address them?
Yeah.
you have to know that the planning commission knows. And that's
We have to verbalize it. Okay.
Maybe I can synthesize it. We received a letter. We received a letter here December the 4th today, and it reflects comments for the Hacienda de Leal, and it's from Anthony Lombardo and Associates, dated December the 4th, and they highlight the staff report, discuss proposal personal care facilities, and also recommends approval of the building use at the hearing under the exemption of the CEQA, separate from other items in the application. The application proposed for construction of a 3,928 square foot, 2-story personal care facility with a relaxing room, gymnasium, sauna room, restrooms, facial rooms, and hair salons and lobby area. We note the following issues shall be reviewed for this proposal, structure, and use. Section 11-03-10, Note 8, San Juan Batista Code states that the setbacks in a C district shall be consistent with the bordering residential district. The proposed personal care facility does not meet the setbacks. Prior decisions related to the adjoining property and approved by the gas station, convenience store, and quick serve restaurant, the city required dedication of a 10-foot easement along the Alameda for future widening of the road. This requirement should be applicable to the project. Staff noted that the consistency, unlikely the non-staying guests should travel to the hotel for use of the services offered in this facility. There's no evidence to support this conclusion. This cannot be assumed, and it must be expressly stated in the application. and it is the applicant's intent that the facilities would not open to the public at large. Any approval given to this building must access and define the new use that are based on whether they are to be available to the guests only or open to the public. The analysis of the building and the use assumes that no additional parking is required and is assumed that to be for the hotel guests only. The analysis is flawed. It is the surface area of the building that would require additional employees at the site. Additional parking spaces are needed for this building. CEQA defines the project as the whole of the action, which has a potential resulting in direct physical change of the environment. The personal care facility is only part of the project proposed for the applicant. The project proposed several expansions of the facility in the existing hotel, including those to have already occurred. The building and the uses cannot be partitioned out for the whole of the action with respect to the CEQA analysis. In the original 1979 addition to construct 42-unit room hotel, the city did not contemplate the personal care facility, its services, and its employee parking needs. The building must be fully defined for its impact along with the remaining of the project. The applicant disclosed that there are currently events occurring at the site. It is noted in the staff report that in a recent remodeling of the motel facility, a former pool house was converted to a structure including a cooking facility. Since at this time, the hotel has hosted at least 2 advertised public events, although no specific address addressed in the staff report. An item as noted on the agenda for this hearing, request for approval conditional use permit allowing as an accessory use for outdoor dining in the patio area and courtyard for guests of the Hacienda de Leal. The use permit and environmental analysis are required for this activity and is actually occurring at this time in the area of this site, including 2 public events noted above. We have reviewed the original hotel project file and initial study for the 1979 project. The project at this time was approved for a 42-unit motel with a noted future restaurant. As the motel will eventually build over the restaurant site, the restaurant element was abandoned. Nothing in the original hotel project file reference events as part of the hotel use, and no CEQA analysis was prepared for events to occur at this site. The actual is currently in violation, and the applicant should be requested to cease to hold any activities until a use permit is granted for the new activity. The application before you does not request permission for illegal use already occurring. The addition of the events, activities open to the public and for the private events of the non-hotel guests at this site are subject to the CEQA as part of the whole of the project. The event currently occurring at the site are being conducted outdoor. As we noted in the application before you, the 1,200 square foot covered patio of the banquet building, no information discussion was provided with request to the use and may occur outdoor in the patio area of those areas which already occur in the old pool area. As stated in Section B, all uses shall be conducted entirely within the enclosed building with the exception of outdoor dining as an accessory to a restaurant use and an outdoor sales display and merchandise in conjunction with antique shops, flower shops, and galleries and similar specialties and craft businesses. The application proposes the construction of an 11,250 square foot building for events. Staff has estimated the capacity of the building to be 398 persons in the dining hall area. Insufficient information is provided in the staff report as to the type of events proposed on the site, the frequency and the hours of the event, the number of employees necessary to host the event, and the type of entertainment that will occur during the events, and other details necessary and appropriately consider the impacts of the new uses proposed for the location. The staff has analyzed with regard to a credit for parking requirements for the 42 spaces for combined events is highly speculative and inappropriate. Events may occur that have some guests that choose to stay at the motel but cannot be assumed or conditioned. Further, as the applicant has not fully defined what type of event may occur at the site and how often, the analysis must presume that the event may occur there that at the maximum capacity and that the wholly unrelated to the hotel service. We noted that the construction of the banquet building and the event proposed there and the events that already occurred at the site clearly constitute a new use at the site, which are likely have a significant impact on traffic in the intersection of 156 and the Alameda. The Alameda and the intersection of the Alameda and the Old San Juan Hollister, use of the Old San Juan Hollister Road. In order to properly evaluate the proposed uses of this site in this application, the applicant must be required to clearly state the proposed frequency, hours, and size of the event annually. The application must also be required to submit a thorough traffic study that analyzes impacts on all relevant intersection and roads and that they identified appropriate mitigations for impact. The events used for the current producing and with the application will increase impacts to the noise level in the mixed-use area, which includes residential use. The comments provided in the staff report with regard to the noise are insufficient in that the notes concerned only for noise impacts for additional traffic, noise impacts to neighborhood parcels that will occur and must be considered are from the traffic and from the events occurring at the proposed site, proposed to occur at the site. The applicant must provide a noise study that identifies impacts and appropriate mitigations for neighborhood residents affected after having clearly defined such events. The parking analysis of the project is flawed. The parking requirements are inadequate. The use are intended for the banquet building were analyzed under the parking requirements of a dining hall. The appropriate designation would be for a place of assembly. This analysis would also apply to any area of the size that are proposed in contained event activities and with the currently unpermitted events. The analysis for parking requirements is also incomplete and no information has been provided to establish the actual number of employees that would be required to tend up to 398 guests in the banquet building, the number of employees required for the event already occurred in other areas, or the number of employees that would be used to operate all sections of the personal care facilities. And then it went on to enumerate 11-11-160, the number required, and it highlights the current code requirements for hotels, parking assembly areas, personal establishments. And then it highlights section 11.1107, and that is the need for bicycle racks that are provided in the parking area in commercial and mixed districts. And B, the requirements of the building code, specialized provisions for access of the physical handicap and public right-of-way areas, crossed intervening spaces and other structures, including parking facilities, specifically designated and located for the use of the handicap. And Section 3, all off-street parking shall be provided with a minimum of 10% of the area of the lot planted with live plant materials, trees not less than 5 feet in height, and 15-gallon containers in size shall be planted throughout the lot along any streets and frontage. And then it goes into paragraph 9, 10, 11, and 12 of the code, and 13, 14. And then section 11-13 lighting, 11-1303 defines class 3 lighting. Lighting shall mean the outdoor lighting used for the decorative effect, including but not limited to architectural illumination, flag and monument lighting, and illumination of trees and brushes. And it goes into the classes of the 3 lighting of all types of illumination, other types, all other types below 2,000 luminums. And then the last section is 11-13-06, special requirements unless exempted under the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code 1113-080, total outdoor lighting output, excluding street lighting used for illumination for public and private roads, shall not exceed 50,000, and in parentheses, initial raw lamp aluminums per net acreage, average over the entire project. No non-low pressure sodium lighting permitted on the table of the San Juan Municipal Code 11-13-50 is limited to a total of 5,550 initial raw lamp luminums per acre. And then it says, under paragraph 3, class 3 lighting must be extinguished at 9 p.m. or when the business closes, whatever is later, except that the low wattage holiday decorative may remain on all night from November 15th through January 15th. It says, thank you for your considerations of the information concerning expressly by us regarding this project. We respectfully request that you instruct staff and the applicant to obtain all of the necessary reports and to prepare the proper environmental analysis of the project as a whole before returning this to the hearing body for further considerations. Quite lengthy, but yeah.
Okay. So, does staff has any comment to that, to what has been stated thus far as the public?
Well, when we analyzed the project, we identified the environmental aspects of it, and we recognized that traffic was a potentially significant effect on the project. We analyzed that noise, increased traffic noise on the site has the potential for increasing traffic noise to the residentials. We had parking was another area, and then we had drainage, lighting, and signs. And those were the areas that we felt when we prepared the staff report. We gave you at the end of our staff report actions required, and we said receive staff report and supporting documents, open the public hearing, and accept and receive oral testimony, written comments, public input, and any electronic communications. Close the public hearing. The Planning Commission discuss and deliberate. Planning Commission can make the decision of the findings. The applicant prepare a negative declaration to address the areas in staff recurrent environmental review and other areas determined by the Planning Commission, or 2, that the applicant can prepare a mitigated negative declaration addressing the areas in the staff report, environmental review, and other areas determined by the Planning Commission. And if the second one is done, then the Planning Commission, based upon the decision of 5A or 5.1B with the applicant's approval, continue the public hearing to a date 30 days after the submission of the required environmental documents as determined by the Planning Commission, and then hold a hearing to determine the mitigation measures and the monitoring report and the reporting areas of how you can address those areas of concern. Mm-hmm. And many of those concerns were highlighted in the letter from the attorney from Lombardo. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Parking.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Noise. Mm-hmm.
How about planning commissioners? Any comments? Questions? For staff, for public, anything? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
This was originally approved by the planning commission with the use permit. And over time, there's been a lot of changes that were done without that use permit being modified. I think we're looking at the same thing we have here. Trees were taken down. There's a bird study now.
Can you turn your...
I'm sorry.
I'll start again. This thing was started with the use permit, and we got a lot of stuff that's happened on there that did not come before the Planning Commission, and it needed a use permit or some modification. Trees were taken down. Was a biological study done? There's a lot of clear-cut area out there. Are there any current violations that are outstanding? As a commissioner, I could not work with a project that had any outstanding violations on the property. The fact that, well, we'll talk about the new one here and we'll worry about the old one later. No. If that permit isn't up to the standards, then the project should not start or should not be considered by the Planning Commission. I think it's in the city's interest, in fairness to everybody, that if there was a use permit and the use permit carries the force of law, and any violation on that is, to me, would be a stop, make it good, and then proceed. So I would be looking to have I would have staff verify that what violations exist, if any, what should have gotten a permit, and once that is cleared up, I would proceed. I would like to see, because with an environmental review, it isn't what we're doing here and what they're doing there. It's the cumulative impacts of neighbors and what they're doing and what you're going to add to the problem. So I'd like to see a site plan of the ARCO station and its developments with the Leal project and that's all of its proposed developments on one sheet, so we know exactly what's happening. We were talking about widening a sidewalk. Well, he did and he didn't, but we didn't know because we didn't look at the other half. Let's look at the continuous project, because this to me is one corner. I don't see two projects. I see one corner, significant for the future of San Juan Bautista. I see the Leal project as one project, and I cannot support approving any part of it without the whole thing. If you take any part of it, okay, we'll put up an oven, no impact. We'll do this, no impact. Do that, no impact. But if you put them all together, we have an impact. And that's what we're trying to find out. Let's see. The pool was removed. Was a permit involved here? Was it properly backfilled and compacted so that the property can be used again? That'd be a concern of ours. That's where I'd be starting from, to make sure we're starting on a level playing field, that everything is legal, and then we'll take any proposal.
Okay. I agree with him 100%, because there's no storm drainage down on that street down there, Roger.
There are some storm drains in the Alameda.
Because there are a lot of flooding problems.
Yeah, right there. And then there is some storm drain on site that they've
And with the gas
developed.
station and this being built, we're adding a lot of cars on a short stretch of highway for that stop sign.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you got 300 people coming in there, and they all leave and go out and get on the highway, we got a backup problem. Big time.
Mm-hmm.
Because you won't be able to get the cars from off the highway into the gas station because people are going to be parked all in there trying to get out of it.
Especially if we have an event in town.
Right.
Weekend event.
So we have to think about this pretty good because, for one thing, there's not going to be enough parking for all this going on. Say if he rents out 40 rooms and then he has a party of 300, you don't have enough parking space. We got storm drain issues. I think the building's sitting too close to the highway. It needs to be moved out a little more for more landscaping to make it a little better. We need to look at the drainage on this. Are we going to put the power lines underground through that section? Is PG&E going to put all the lines underground?
We did not require that on the ARCO, and we weren't.
Yeah, good idea to do something like that.
Yeah, and we weren't requiring it on the on this one here. We didn't there. We would do it under a Rule 20A underground PG&E lighting district. Yeah.
And then the buildings are going to be fire sprinkled.
All new buildings will be fire sprinklers. Yes.
All new buildings.
I'll toss you one back. When the ARCO station first came up, and I heard that we're going to do some, well, no, we had a motel next door. I kept thinking, why do we have two driveways side by side? It would be more efficient to have one single driveway that would feed both our service station and the resort. Okay. The other thing would happen, we're short parking, and I don't think there's any question with us that there's short parking. By having a single driveway, we'd be making more land available for parking for the resort project.
Another thing we need to really look at too is where these two driveways are. You're going to have to do sort of like they did on Union Road. When you turn off to go on Union Road, there's a section you can't park in before you get onto the other road.
Yeah.
You're going to have to do that here because if cars are coming down off the highway to turn into the gas station or hotel, you got cars backed up. There's no place for these cars to go but up the canyon or down San Juan Road.
Yeah, we've looked at that in terms of the striping plan for the Arco station as well as this, and we have a pretty good idea of how to restripe it with keep clear areas for the driveway access. Yeah.
Between both driveways.
Yeah.
And then another thing, they're only responsible to do half of the street, right? They're not responsible to do the whole street. They're only responsible to do half the street.
Half the street, yeah.
Unless we can find that the other side is unsafe now,
Right.
or is inadequate to carry the traffic to go to the motel and the service
And
station.
I agree with, we need a layout of both properties so we can really look at this thing carefully because this guy here is going to go one and they're going to do another thing. We're going to get in trouble just like we get on 3rd Street. That's why we're in trouble down there because the planning commission before let them narrow the road down and now we got to widen it.
We need to have a very clear picture of the whole neighborhood.
Right.
The corner is commercial across the street, right?
Yeah,
It's zoned commercial, and I don't know what it's going to be in the new
Wilcox
general plan.
property is zoned commercial. The remaining are residential. They are earmarked in the new general plan as mixed use.
And that presents a very interesting traffic dilemma for the whole area at the entrance to San Juan Canyon and the old Salinas Grade Road and all of the projects that the county will encounter. So we need to look very clearly at the whole picture. Yes.
I think what I would be more concerned with is that we should be giving the applicant a clear direction to prepare the environmental mitigated negative declaration to address these concerns you have. If we wait there and then just wait and kick the can down the corner, get them going on the study, because those studies and mitigations are the answer to a lot of your concerns that you've brought up, you know.
Then the other main concern is, I've seen it flood down there one time. There was 3.5 feet of water.
Mud.
The house on the corner had 4 feet of water in it. That's how much water came out of that canyon at one time.
And they're sitting up already.
That's why they put the blocks in front of it to try to save it from the next flood.
That's the so-called other creek.
Is it in a floodplain? No.
Yes, it is.
Like 100-year or?
I believe Roger has to look that up, but I know that the Johnson property is in a floodplain. And because San Juan Creek really comes in behind all them houses and it comes out by the Windmill Market.
Yeah.
So what happens is the dam up there, there's a bridge up there, it's not enough clearance on it, so it plugs up and fills up with water and it comes down the highway. So they might have to look at that and enlarge and clean the creek out. Rogers already did part of it, but I don't think it's going to be enough to put it in a flood. But there's Franklin got the right idea. We need to look at both projects together.
And we
have
can.
a problem. It's a very short piece of highway that we're going to put a lot of traffic onto to get out of it. The only other way you could do it, make all these cars in the hotel come down and go down San Juan Road, come out the other intersection when the state puts a turnabout out there.
I feel as if tonight we are facing a similar situation in the timing when we dealt with the Arco station. We didn't have any local residences appearing for the public part of the program for us to hear their remarks. I don't see anyone from the neighborhood tonight. I did see one couple, but they had to leave. So we need to approach this very carefully.
Well, and we verified that the notices were put out, the adjacent property owners were
Yes, we
notified.
did.
Yeah, right.
And that's,
And it was
What else
posted
can you do?
properly.
I understand that, I understand that, but there's no reason for us to hurry with anything.
Yeah.
We took our time before, we need to take it again.
But I think not so much the hurry is to let the applicant know that he has to prepare the studies, because that takes time, so he can get that thing going.
It's,
You know.
I got one other question. This little corner that comes out here, that's Nyland's property, is it? It is. The old barn is there?
For the barn.
The barn was a kind of a jog in the property line there, because they didn't want to take that old barn down
Is that
at
in
the
city
time.
property, city?
No,
It's in
that's,
the county,
it's a county.
so we can't have it condemned toward that.
Gary.
It's about ready to fall down, but, you know.
Yeah, keep it part of it.
Yes.
Yeah, just real quick, I just want to make sure, because the notices that I've seen around town show this hearing as being for the 2nd. Was there a correction
There
made?
was a correction.
There was a correction, yeah, okay. Yeah, because even online, it still shows it as being on the 2nd.
The website wasn't changed, but the notices that went out were changed.
Any other comments from the planning commission?
No, I agree that it would be ideal to look at both parcels as one. And I would also like to be sure that these comments are addressed and rectified.
Okay, I agree with Commissioner Franco and Commissioner Garrett that we really need to look at this a lot closer. But the bottom line, as far as I'm concerned, for the filling station, for the Leal project, you know, I'm really in favor of that. I really want to pursue this, but I think there's some steps we need to take here at this point in time, and I think Commissioner Franco and Garrett expressed that for all of us, and I go along with that too as well.
And I think that's where I was coming from, is do you give the applicant the direction to say, we're concerned about this, go and prepare a mitigated negative declaration addressing these concerns, so he can come back and give us that data where we will have it for a composite drawing that comes back to you.
I got one more question.
Yeah.
What's happening with the gas station now? Are they gonna go with it, or that's all taken care of?
Yeah, they're meeting with their engineers and stuff like that.
so like I said, this is the most significant thing that's happening about these studies. This is over and above the residential projects. Everybody says, get us some commercial, get us some jobs, and we've got a resort, and we've got a service station.
We really gotta look at this real carefully, because there's gonna be a lot of problems if we don't.
But like I said, the bottom line, it's really worth it. That we need to pursue this. Not because of all the issues, but because it's important that we proceed with this.
Both good projects.
That's the main thing.
There seems to be a consensus that this is a good project. I concur. So we just have to make it good. all the way
Okay,
through.
so does anybody else want to present something or say anything
Good forward.
before we close this hearing and take action?
Well, let's see, the applicant maybe find out if this is adequate. Does he have enough, does he have any questions?
You want to present that question?
Sure. Mr. Leal, do you have enough direction here to proceed? I mean, it may not be everything you wanted, but I mean, did you see where the planning commission is coming from? And we have to represent the public and enforce the laws that this council gave us.
No, I get that. It just seems like there's just a big gray area. The fueling station reported they calculated 1,800 trips a day. And with the banquet facility, our typical weddings, and I'll bring the banquet facility down inside, our typical wedding, 150 people, 3 cars per people. What does that work out to? Or 3 people, yeah. 3 persons per car. We're talking I would rather bring the size of the building down than to wait 5 years
Yeah.
on what happens around me.
Yeah.
I don't understand how 1,800 trips a day, and if we have a wedding or a banquet on a Friday or Saturday that generates tops 70 cars a day, I don't see that. I don't see how that is going to be such an issue.
It's called cumulative impact, and this
I
is
can
what we're
add to
talking
that.
about.
There is an issue because that stretch of highway between you and the stop sign is a very short stretch.
Right.
So you're pulling all these people off the highway to come into the gas station. And then you're gonna have another 100 cars coming out of your property. You're gonna have a big traffic jam there. And we don't want that to happen.
Right, but you approve the gas station with 1,800 cars a day, and yet what does that work out at 7 days a week?
So we
And
didn't
how many
approve that
trips
gas
is
station
that?
For that yet, right? We haven't studied that
Yeah, it was approved, yeah.
Yeah.
The city council,
The gas station passed.
city council approved it. Yeah.
So
At
we're
the hearing.
talking.
No,
But what I'm saying to Frank is, you really don't know these numbers until you get a traffic study, and the traffic analysis will tell you, hey, if he's only contributing 70, then his mitigations are much
Versus
different
12,000
than the gas station.
So-
But you don't know that until that study is done. You
So
know.
we're requesting a study of each
That's-
of the
that's-
issues.
that's what I'm
That's what
saying,
you're
yeah.
recommending,
yeah.
that we do that.
Yeah, and I think that a thorough study will demonstrate that, I'm going to say, relationship between a wedding event and a service station on a continual basis.
And I also have the ability to bring in cars from the other side of the property.
Up from San Run Road.
Right.
Yeah.
So I just, a project like this takes time, it takes financing, it's a big deal. So to get a yellow light it's gonna be frustrating. I can't wait to see what happens behind us. I can't wait to see what happens with the roundabout. Over 70, 80 trips on the weekend for an event versus a service station. And I believe that letter was from the owner of the service station, his attorney, so, Martin.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
On this proposed spa, and it says proposed spa and additional rooms, is that visitor accommodations, or is that sleeping rooms, or is that, it just says rooms, it isn't?
It's spa rooms.
In other words, it's not another rentable?
No.
Okay.
And this lap pool, is this the only pool you'll be putting? Oh.
Yes. And we did remove the old pool and compact, and there's only a fountain on it, so there'll never be any actual building over where we removed the old pool.
So there's not gonna be any impact on this, where the pool is and the recreation room is. Why couldn't we go ahead and judge on that one and just leave this other one off until we figure out what we're gonna do with it?
That's the cumulative impact. You need to know what all is going to be on. Basically, you want a master plan for the property.
Right.
And evaluate that. You may not put it in there, but you know that when it is put in, it's going to do this. And if it's going to add another 500 trips, then you're going to need to have adequate parking and adequate openings and adequate deceleration lanes and whatever it takes. But you won't know that until you do that study.
And the question, yeah, and the question that I asked Frank is that the personal care facilities is really for the enjoyment of the guests staying there and his guests there. And I asked him, will it be available for the general public to come in and then utilize those rooms? Then that would create an additional traffic, and I didn't have the answer, but maybe Frank can clarify that, because I looked at it from the standpoint that it's really the amenities to make that Hacienda Inn more desirable so that people are going to stay there. That was the way I looked at it.
And we're also looking at the hotel. We have guests coming in from 5 a.m. till 10 p.m. So there's never any traffic outside of our gate. There's no, I can't see a turn lane for a hotel or even a wedding. People leave at different times. They get there at different times. There's not a row of cars
Yeah.
out front of any of my
Well, I think
properties.
your traffic engineers will be able to account for all
Sure,
that for you.
absolutely, absolutely. But I think what I'm hearing is everyone's afraid of these lines of traffic pouring out on the 156 up the canyon, and I think from the banquet side of it, that does not happen.
And that's a very dangerous intersection right there.
Right.
There's been a lot of people killed there, even with the stoplights there.
Correct.
Not enough, or we'd have an
A lot of
overpass.
people.
Just the way things are today, yeah.
So that's what we're concerned about.
Sure, I get that, but we're talking 12,000 trips a week for a gas station versus maybe 200 on the weekend between 3 or 4 days, a Friday, Saturday, Sunday with 70 trips.
But it still adds to it.
It does, and I'm willing to pay my share of that. So if we can calculate, okay, the turn lane costs X amount of dollars, and 12,000 trips versus 300 trips.
I gotta ask Roger, have you seen the state plans of the new highway yet? Are they gonna put a turn lane in that?
They're going to widen the road from
Down
the
hill. Are
Alameda.
they gonna put a turn lane coming down up the hill to turn to go up the canyon?
No,
They're not.
no, not until 220, I think.
Is that right?
So this information would come out when we ask for a study for the negative impacts that we're defining.
Yeah, and I think that's the direction that I was trying to tell you is that if you give Frank the direction to say, yeah, we want a mitigated negative declaration that addresses traffic, maybe addresses parking, drainage, and lights.
Yeah.
Signs are
Yeah.
academical because I had the condition in there where he has to make, after he gets approval, he has to make a separate application for a sign, and you'll review that just like you're going to do in the ARCO station. You're going to take that as a separate application, and then you'll evaluate what's best for him on signs.
And that would be less of a yellow light to him.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask you something, Roger? How about if I were to close off the entrance on the Alameda and have everyone come in the other entrance?
Can you
Yeah.
have one? Can you have only one? That would come out in the study, wouldn't it?
Fire marshal would
Yeah.
have to answer that.
So,
All depends on the fire department.
Yeah, and again, I think that from my knowledge of traffic, I don't think the traffic numbers are going to dictate that of the congestion that's going to take place. And he has 2 outlets, and I think that traffic analysis is going to address that,
so let's go ahead with studying this from a basis of a real report.
And I think from Mr. Leal's direction, he's got a good feeling that you're for the project, but we have to address these issues. And with regard to what Ernie said is the issuance of various building permits to address some of these violations or depleted things were there, and I can come up with a thing there to make sure that those violations are corrected so that you can take action on them.
And they're not necessarily his violations,
What
they just
violations
existed.
are we talking about?
They existed,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Question being asked.
We got to go back to the use permit and look at the things there and
It's a
and
standard
identify them,
procedure.
yeah.
We did, you get all of the conditions, and you make sure that everything that was required ever is done. We had another one down there, they weren't done, they weren't going to be done. We held a revocation hearing.
Yeah.
Then they got done. So we just want to make sure
But
that,
as of now, I don't have any violations on my property.
Well, I would
Everything
have-
has been permitted
Yeah.
and signed off. Even
So
with the
far,
health department.
everything that he's done has been permitted, and
Good. If it was not a problem, it's not a problem, but I mean, that's where I start. If there's anything wrong, we make that good if it's possible, and then start again.
Sure.
Because like the signs you saw tonight, one was up,
Yeah.
one was down.
Yeah.
The problem is, I believe in the system, that we do for review, and approval, and I'll just go step by step. But to be honest with you, I think this will be an asset to the city. And I think in combination with the service station, this will be a major significant corner.
I had a great meeting with the service station owner earlier today.
That's
and
good.
We even talked about changing, or talking about, we brought up changing even the color of the fueling station to match the hacienda.
Good.
And put in some olive trees, some mission olive trees. And,
Yeah.
It will
That's
look
great.
like one
That's great.
big project.
It'll look, right.
Cohesive
And
and-
we had some input from the neighbors about what they felt about the lighting and putting in an 8-foot wall, stucco wall with some, so I think we're all getting along, but at the same time, I don't want to wait and do traffic reports and studies about what's going to happen behind me in the next 10 years. I don't have the time for it, and I don't.
Yeah.
And I have other projects that I need. You know, what I'm asking is, if I'm getting a blessing tonight, then I'll move on with my studies. If not, I just would like to know, because it's expensive having engineers, and I've done soils reports. I've done everything I've been asked to do, but I don't want to waste your time, and I definitely don't want to waste my time.
Well,
and
if
my
there,
employees' time.
if there are problems, your engineers, your studies will find out, identify them, and within the report, it'll tell you what's got to be done.
Right.
And you'll be able to, again, you won't be wondering. They'll say, hey, this got to be done to make this happen, to make it safe.
And I'm not worried about the studies. I've done a soils report and I've done that. I'm just worried about the city waiting to see what's happening behind me before I get the green light. So that's my concern.
I don't think we're doing
Out there to get that report.
Well, it's up to the applicant to get there in, and we can react pretty quick and everything. I think what he's addressing is there's other projects that are down the pipe, and that's not going to hold him up. We look at this corner here and the service station and everything, what comes down there. We've addressed the impact fees, like he will contribute his fair share to a roundabout, and we will identify through the traffic movements what his costs are there. He won't have any responsibility to build it, because we'll establish a fund to build up that to improve it.
How soon is the ARCO good to go?
Well, it's up to the owner and how soon he can get it going, yeah.
When I look at the whole California, excuse me, the whole California picture of the freeway system, and coming from the south, I said this at the last meeting, this is going to be the only place that somebody can actually see and pull off and enjoy a facility that is for the tourists as well as local people. And right here is the little town right next to it. Where else can you see that in California and get off the road and be part of it? So I'm very enthusiastic.
Unfortunately, we have a little dichotomy of attitudes with the Caltrans and the city, because once they get the widening of that, they want to increase the speed to 65 miles an hour.
But we
through San Bernardino, and we're pushing to lower the speeds.
I know we are, but we do have a window here when we can present ourselves as a town prepared to invite people to it.
Yeah.
We're all for this project. We just want to make sure it's done right. Because that's the main problem with this project is that road right there.
I know. It's the main problem for the whole community here.
We want to give a defensible use permit.
Yeah.
One thing that I will be looking for, though, is, as my perspective, a single driveway. You know,
Yeah.
And I'll leave that to you and your engineers and your neighbor. But that's something that would save a lot of curb cutting. And
I prefer to have one entrance on the other side of coming off the other road and doing a turnabout for a fire truck or what have you. But I'm not interested in sharing my driveway. That building, my guests are paying $225 a night to be in a building overlooking a gas station with lights and traffic. I mean, you know, our last month's or 2 months ago, our TOT tax, I wrote a check to the city for $4,000, TOT tax. I don't want to drive away that kind of customer over sharing a driveway. I don't want to do it. It's a boutique hotel. It's no longer a motel. It's something that the town should be proud of, and I think it's going to be great when you folks come over and see what we're doing, because
Would you give the
we're
name?
here to drive the right clientele into not only my business but into the businesses downtown. It's good for the whole town, and I don't want to. It was a very expensive investment, and I don't want to cheapen it by traffic along.
Now, would you classify yourself as a destination resort?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And our website, we just built a website that shows a calendar of events for what's happening in town, list of local merchants. We've had merchant meetings there. I don't want to cheapen that.
I'm all right with the 2 driveways, that don't bother me. It's just short distance from the gas station to the stop sign. It's very short.
Well, and I think closing off one driveway would be the answer to my traffic problems. If I don't want to be involved with the 12,000 trips a day.
Right.
If I have, or 12,000 trips a week, if I have 300 trips a weekend, bring them in from the other side. I'm fine with that. I'll lose the front area, and I can close that side off. I just don't want to wait years and years and years before things happen behind it.
Can I add one thing?
I was going to ask you.
Frank suggested that we raise the wall between the 2 spaces, and we're happy to do that. But if you, and the idea is he doesn't want to see his clients in his hotel looking down at a gas station. So we agree with him, that's fine, we'll do that, we're happy to do that. But then I think what he's getting around to is that we can't put those 2 gas stations, there's 2 driveways together and have that wall problem there. So that we'd like to support him on that issue. We talked about that originally with him, about having the 1 driveway, and he then is consistent here with saying, we really want to have our own identity, and I certainly don't blame him.
As buildings go, though, I think the architecture of the Arco station, the fact that it's done all around, it's not just facing the freeway and it looks good and it's tin barn on the back. It was architecture design and all the architectural features, continuity of architecture all around it. I think that was a plus for the motel.
We agree, and it was the planning commission and the public's wish to do that, and the applicant made those changes. And we'd be happy to change our colors from brown to white if that makes Frank happy. We discussed it, and I want to talk to Roger about making sure that certain things here that you suggested are within the bounds of our approval. So we're happy.
That's great.
Good. Good enough. Okay, any other comments? Oh, yes, Richard. I mean, Mr. Ponce.
Richard who?
No.
Later. Smile when he says it.
Richard Ponce, 93 4th Street. I'd just like to say that we put the gas station project through a lot of rigorous and important procedures and requirements, and I recommend Roger's staff report. I support it, and I like this project. San Juan really needs these kind of projects. It will benefit San Juan Bautista, but we need to follow procedure. And a good example of procedure is what happened not too long ago here. So I encourage you to require what you need to require and do it as fast as you can. And if this gentleman can wait, well, so be it, but we do need to stick to our procedure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I guess I can stop right now and say thank you to everybody for their participation in the public hearing and go ahead and close it unless there's a last minute second. So I'm going to go ahead and close it. And now it's left to us. We want to discuss it further, or
I think we've discussed.
discussed enough that we don't need to discuss it further to ourselves? Okay.
I think the
So the next thing is, what action are we going to take?
I've prepared 3 resolutions, and the third one is a resolution that requires that you're approving the preparation of a mitigated negative declaration, and that would include the areas of concern that I've outlined in the staff report, what I think we've talked with Mr. Leal about, and that is that a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Calhoun approving the preparation of a mitigated negative declaration for the site plan and design review of the Hacienda de Leal project at 410 the Alameda, addressing the concerns in the staff report. The Planning Commission reviewed the staff report, initial study and mandatory findings. Within the limits of the study, that they identified the potential significant impacts of the proposed project, and they want to consider those specific areas for mitigation measures. And now the question is what areas do you want to look at? And I think we've identified traffic as an important one.
Parking.
And parking.
Drainage.
Drainage.
Good questions.
They were outlined at the beginning of the report, with the X's on them.
This project is in a floodplain. It's right on the site plan.
Yeah.
And it's a flood hazard zone with a flood depth of 2 feet. So whatever he does is will have to be, that'll be taken care of in the building codes.
Okay. And that's it, Roger?
Noise, I think, was another issue.
Noise?
Most of it can be, mitigated. But if you don't mention it, it will be brought up later. And then we determine a disservice by, well, let's go back and study it right the second time.
And Roger, was that it?
Let's see.
Is that what we're going to proceed with?
That's up to the commission,
That's what you were proposing.
We've identified the areas, yeah.
Yeah, they did the hazards and the hydrology. Those issues to talk about. Now, cultural resources. When you dig around in this area, you just might find things you wished you hadn't found. So I think a good site, you could check the property, because that would stop it. That would stop the project until the Native American people had come through and verified that what you could do next. And it doesn't stop just there, it stops a large circle.
We had condition 18 that addressed that issue only because we had an archaeological report from the service station, and it came up with that if prehistoric or historical archaeological resources or of human remains are unexpectedly discovered during the construction, work will stop immediately. And
yeah, biological resources was another one. If any trees going to be removed or should have been studied, you can't remove a tree if there's nesting at the time. I know because I had to get a permit to do that. Air quality. Air quality people.
Be minimal.
Okay, so...
air quality is a big issue.
What's that?
Air quality is a big issue. I think they ought to at least take a look at it.
because you're having an awful lot of cars between the two projects.
Well,
and
we're only
you're
talking about the
generating-
one project here.
But see, that's cumulative, what's happening in the neighborhood.
Mhm.
He's adding to something that's going to be existing
Yeah.
there.
I think they could take the air quality report that the service station done and extrapolate that
Yeah.
of how this project would do it. Yeah.
That was one of the ones that we marked. Hydrology and water quality, the last one, J. Inundation by tsunami or mud flow, does that, the mud
Well,
flow, is that?
that's
what-
in, that would
that
be under the
red one?
drainage. That would be under the drainage.
So, although it's marked no impact, I think that it should
Mhm.
not be marked no impact.
Yeah.
So what would you recommend a change
On that one.
to less than
Which is
significant?
J. Well, if mitigated, I think that should be studied, even though it's not exactly.
So we want to get as much as we can here, because when this goes public, anybody who picks it up has the right to say, you missed something. And I don't want to have to tie up an applicant saying, we missed something, it's going to take another month to do it. And so, lay it all on the table, because if we don't, somebody else will.
Yeah. I think it's properly a thing is inundation of tsunamis or mud flows. Tsunamis are from the ocean and stuff, and the chances of a mud flow coming from a building is there, and so we
That'd be a big
elected
one.
no impact, and so I think it's.
That would be a big one.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. So I don't think
But
we have
would
to
you
worry about a
bring it up?
tsunami. Yeah.
And on noise, I thought that maybe the first one should not be less than significant when mitigated. I would really like to see clearly understood about the noise.
Which one do you have a problem with?
12A.
12A, I actually did.
Well, we classified it as less than significant with mitigation
I
incorporated.
understand that, but it's going to spell that out pretty clearly.
Mhm.
So where would you go with that?
Well, I just think that noise is going to be an issue. So spell out as closely how it's going to be mitigated. They're less than significant impact right now, and I just think I'd like to see.
But with mitigation incorporated.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think, let's move most of them over, my opinion.
Well, that will be a condition once the noise report.
Uh-huh.
Well, B, like take for instance B, expose a patient to generate excessive ground-borne vibration. That's only going to occur during construction, and those are very short-term events where when they excavate and then they'll do compaction of a trench, and it's only, and we restricted that from 9 o'clock until 4 o'clock during the day, and nothing on Sundays. So it's only going to be very isolated. So we said that it's less than significant because it doesn't occur 24 hours a day.
That is one I did not suggest moving over, but the ambient noise in the project vicinity will definitely be above what is existing without the project. So I just thought that needs to really be studied.
And in terms of the dampening effect is that large building that is going to be between the motel or the inn and the rooms and the highway with the truck traffic is going to be a dampening effect. And it's going to be reducing the ambient noise level on site.
But I think we need to address the sounds that will come from the banquet hall into the environment of the people living nearby.
Yeah, well, I think
I'd like to hear what's going to really happen there.
Yeah, that's the thing where the condition says is all activities have to be indoor, And two is that when he does the construction, he will have the proper insulation, you know, and sound deadening fixtures.
Yeah, you can saw that.
Yeah.
All right.
They can use curtains, they can use double, triple pane glass.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And those are all standard.
Don't open the doors.
Well, we have to, it's party time.
And I don't know if you've looked at some of the suggested conditions of approval where I've identified like if there's any music in the courtyard, then it has to be restricted to certain hours.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did we receive any letters from any of these public services that making remarks? The police protection, the schools, the parks, fire protection, so forth?
We
Did
haven't
receive
received
any
anything from the
response
school,
from
no,
all of
right,
those?
yeah. We've had the fire look at it, and then the sheriff now is, you know, so we kind of review that with the sheriff to make sure that he's aware of what's going on and everything, and then they'll be patrolling it.
And the school didn't have to review the ABC permits and so forth?
Yes.
Did we get any, we didn't?
We haven't got
We had
any
none.
comments.
What's it supposed to be, 300 feet from the school?
Yeah.
How far is it?
300.
It's going to be close? Because it'll be from school property boundary to Leal property boundary, and he fronts right on the freeway.
But ABC works different ways on that, so.
Okay.
Traffic we know we're going to hear about. And the whole facility will do its fair share with, if we ever get the water softener, and all of those impacts will be related to the uses and so forth.
So I think we got a fairly clear idea of and I can get together with Mr. Leal and line them out on what areas to get going on the studies to complete a mitigated negative declaration.
Okay. Okay, so are we going to make a motion on this?
Well, I wanted you then would be
With,
is to
the other two?
adopt resolution 214-30, 214-30, and that would be a resolution
For the, which one are we talking about here? We're talking mitigated negative declaration?
Yeah,
Right?
it would be, I'll read it here, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the preparation of a mitigated negative declaration for the site and architecture, site and design review for the Hacienda de Leal project, DR 214-1201 at 410 the Alameda, assessor parcel number 25213.
Okay, with the exception of what we discussed this evening, that needs to be added to that.
Yeah.
So do we want to go ahead and make a motion on that?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I move that the Commission adopt Resolution 2014-30, approving the preparation of a mitigated negative declaration for the site plan and design review for Hacienda de Leal project.
Anybody want to second that?
I'll second it.
We got a second, do we get a roll?
All right. Commissioner Franco?
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett? Commissioner Gillard?
Aye.
And Commissioner Gibbert?
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes unanimously.
Okay, what about the other two resolutions?
We'll continue
Pass on
those.
We're going to continue those
Continue
until
those
we,
until
yeah,
the
okay.
study, yeah.
So that's our motion on that for this evening. Okay. All right, so,
Because the first resolution was approving the initial study that we did, but that initial study they're going to take that and incorporate that
Right.
into their mitigated
Yeah,
negative declaration.
I just want to make sure we just do not, make sure we understand that
Yeah.
for the record. Anything else? Any other comments? I think we're done with this one, no?
I think so.
We move on to, thank you all for your help on this, really appreciate it. Getting a little excited, you might say. Thank you. Let's go with item C, continue the public hearing for approval of minor subdivision, 2014-901 Manuel Lopez.
Yeah.
Staff?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, he asked for a continuance to prepare the necessary plans that you guys addressed at the last meeting.
Move that we continue the public hearing to the next regular meeting of the Planning Commission for minor subdivision 2014-901 from Manuel Lopez.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Franco.
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos.
Yes.
Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner Gallardi.
Aye.
Commissioner Guibert.
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion as stated by the maker passes unanimously.
Can I ask a question about the wording of that? When I read continue the public hearing, to me it meant we're continuing it from the past meeting.
Yeah.
Is there another way we can word that? Because we're actually continuing it to the next meeting again. Could we, if we said move to continue, or?
Well, I thought that's what we did.
I move to continue.
Well, no, I'm saying that the word continue, I thought we were continuing from the last meeting. But
Oh.
actually, we're continuing to the next meeting. You know, you can read that.
Did it say
two ways.
be continued?
Well, just continue. The discussions are started.
Continue the continue.
But I thought we were going to discuss it today. I thought we were going to continue it.
we-
I know. But I'm saying that just using the word continue in that way is
Well,
confusing.
you could probably say, as the applicant is requesting to continue the public hearing to
Yeah, that would-
January the 6th.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
Oh, okay.
Minor point.
Good, well, thank you.
Is requesting.
Okay, shall we move on?
Yes.
Okay, item D, amend of the 1988 general plan to change the urban growth boundary and land use designation for 28.3 acres of land lying north of Creek Bridge subdivision. And I think I need to recuse myself.
If you recall, the
Before we start.
Yeah. We
I
need
need-
to recuse a couple.
I need to
No, no,
recuse
no,
myself.
I'm getting to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You go.
As you recall, at the last time it was in front of you, you approved the mitigated negative declaration, environmental document, and at that time, Georgiana and Vanda were absent,
Right.
and that there was only 3 people, and that the vote was for Mr. Franco, Garrett, and yourself. Since then, we've discovered that you reside on a parcel of land that exceeds a quarter of an acre, and that throws you into the 500-foot range, and therefore, you know, you couldn't take action, okay, on the 28.3 acres, because you fall in that. Vanda lives within 300 feet, and so she would have to recuse himself. So by you voting for it, you know, it was really, even though it passed, it's illegal for you to take action. Tonight, we have a full quorum. Vanda will recuse himself, you will recuse yourself. Now we have 3 legitimate commissioners that can take action on it, if they so desire.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Since I'm on the cemetery board, do I have to excuse myself?
No, you don't, because you're only a property owner, you're only a board of director.
That would be terrible.
So
Couldn't do
that's the thing there. So, that's the reason, the only reason that I'm bringing it back to you is that it was a technical glitch, and we didn't realize it until it was brought to our attention, and we reviewed it, you know.
That's why we got this.
Well, excuse
And that's why I prepared that map there that shows each commissioner, and I did a 300-foot circle, and then I did a 500-foot circle. And the 500 is really only applicable to Dave, because he's the only one that resides on a parcel that's greater than a quarter of an acre.
Yeah, and I just want to say for the record, even though I voted illegally, I just want to say for the record that the city of San Juan Bautista had nothing to worry about because I'm really thinking about the city other than myself, so.
Yes,
Just for the record.
Mhm.
No, again, it's the, to present to the council a defensible.
Yeah.
Defensible, yeah. And the applicant also requested that we come back and do this because they're afraid is that when they get down the line, somebody could contest it and then everything has to go back to square one, so. Yeah.
Okay. Detailed, but that's where you lose your
Details.
projects.
So it would be in order then is to the next the next resolution is, what was it here? Yeah.
31?
Yeah, it's 31, and that would be the resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan approving the initial study and mitigated declaration for the Rancho Vista subdivision to change the urban growth boundary and land use designation of the area from agricultural to low-density residential, and recommending to the City Council the same.
Okay, is there anybody from the public who would like to speak on this matter?
Cara Vonk, 609 3rd Street. I know the hour is late. This matter has been before you. I'm losing track of the number of times. This is like the 4th or 5th time that this matter has been before you. I've commented every single time, and today I did come in early to take a look at the binder, and I noted that the written comments that I had submitted were not in there, nor responses to my comments.
Now, that was the written comments on 11.7 acres?
No, the
Oh.
comments that I made back when was it? September, August, October. So I want to make sure that my comments and any responses are made part of the record. Because as you know, I feel that strongly that we should not be repealing our urban growth boundary and building in our greenbelt. I mean, that's all we have. If we build right up to our boundary, we have no control over what happens outside of it. And our general plan throughout values our agricultural lands and our vistas surrounding our city. It's an integral part of who we are. The general plan even says it prepares visitors for a step back in time. So again, and I'd like to know, so much of our agricultural lands now are being rezoned. The general plan calls for balanced zoning. I'd like to know, do we have any agricultural lands left? What percentage are being rezoned to industrial?
If I can address that for you?
Okay.
I have added up that very same issue that you brought up, and there is 112 acres of agricultural land inside the city limits currently. By taking the 28 acres out, that would be reduced, and if we go with 11 acres, that's going to reduce it down to 73 acres, still will remain in agriculture.
Okay, so...
Inside the sphere of influence for the city of San Juan Bautista, our current, we have 2,301
I
acres.
know, but the sphere of influence is not within our city limits.
Now, that's all in the county directly around us.
Right.
And that's in our sphere of influence
Right.
where they have to reside to that. In the new sphere of influence, there's 584 acres in the new 2035 general plan.
Okay.
That's
and,
directly around us.
and then a number of parcels are being rezoned south of Highway 156. Other agricultural lands are being rezoned to industrial. So as part of the analysis, we're talking about cumulative impacts. What, I'd like to know, how much did we have? How much is being rezoned
Now
for
the
development?
answer to that question is that those areas were in the county, and I counted those on the 2,301 acres. Of that, we've lost 18 acres plus 12 acres, plus 11 acres, or a total of 38 acres out of the 2,301 acres.
Okay, but...
That's in the sphere of influence.
Right, but the point is, we've got a city boundary, and we've got an urban boundary, and we've got some green space to buffer us against what might be happening in the county lands. And so, I mean, I've talked to you about this many times. I don't know, one of the commissioners said that I do not represent the majority view in the city. I think I represent the silent majority, because once they start bulldozing that Christopher property, I think people will wake up and discover what's going on. So anyway, you know, I've made the same arguments every time I've come up here, but I do want to make sure that my comments are included in the record when it goes up to the city council.
We appreciate that, yeah, no.
Can I ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
Have you ever tried to stop earthbound and try to San Juan?
That's the point. They're not in our city. They're out there.
Christopher Ranch, you can't go on it, because that's why they haven't even sold it.
It's open space.
There's open space all over this place.
You just talked about Earthbound.
Yeah?
They're building.
We should be jumping on them, not this little project.
No, this is our buffer. You
No,
know, this is
no
our
buffer. I've been here
buffer.
72 years and seen this town fall apart because of this kind of stuff.
Well, they're, you know, I mentioned before.
You live here all the time, no.
Okay,
Yes,
okay, wait.
Okay, the McCullamy corridor, why are we not focusing on the McCullamy corridor? It's waiting to be developed. That's what we should be focusing on. I don't want to get into an argument with the planning commission. I don't think it's appropriate, but you know my views.
And I understand,
expressed
but we should really point out, this 28 acres is inside the city limits. We don't have to go into the county and take out.
It's zoned
It's
agriculture.
Yeah.
Land inside this.
That's my point.
And again,
Ms. Mock?
I go back, you know, of all the years, 55 years I've been around urban planning. Urbanized cities are not in the business of agriculture. Counties are. And you don't see it in Palo Alto, you don't see it in Mountain View, you don't see it in Sunnyvale, you don't see it in Milpitas, you don't see it in cities where they're saying, we want agriculture. You don't, because it's incompatible.
Space. We want open space, and that's how
Okay.
you
Now,
get
that's
it.
a different story.
That's how you get it.
Agriculture, from my perspective, if it's inside the city limits, is almost condemned. If you take a look at what happened at De Los Baños, a mile away, but Walmart, Kmart, one of those guys came in there, 1 mile of land in there. You can't fly it, you can't start sending out pesticides and all the stuff that's current in the current farming tradition because of the people around it. So as soon as that happened, you knew there was going to be a city developed all the way through, and a major shopping center did come in.
Yeah,
So
that's the point.
this land
I'm
here, it's in
making.
the city limits. He owns it. He has the right to make the application for it. We have the
Yes.
right to put any conditions that are needed to make a quality project for the city. But once it's in the city limits, like I said, you can't fly it, you can't start pesticiding it, and basically you can't farm it.
Well,
So
nobody has,
this is what- this
nobody
is-
has a vested right in zoning. Euclid versus Ambler, you know, it's well-known.
That's way at the beginning.
That's where it began.
Yeah.
Nobody has a
And I
vested
think-
right, and it's the way, it's beautiful. I always come in that way, Highway 129, seeing the cows grazing, it's the buffer between, you know, all of that agricultural, industrial development
And I
out
think you
there.
got a valid point. You know, Karen, I'm not arguing with you on this. Open space is one thing, agriculture is another. And if the community wants open space around it, then they should get an Open Space Preservation Act and put into land trust open space.
Okay, well, maybe
But-
that's what we need to do
And
then.
that's the next step. And you see it a lot up
But
in the
it'll be
peninsula.
too late,
Yeah.
because there'll be 97 houses built there.
No,
Anyway.
only 85.
But again, there is
you
a
know.
process for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is a process. Okay,
I
thank
don't
you.
think- I don't want to debate it with you any further, because, you know my views.
Thank you for your
It'll
comments.
go up to the city council. anyway.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this matter? Okay.
I didn't think that was.
You have any cards?
Somewhere in the back.
Anybody? Sir? Did you file a slip of the?
I did, but I think it was referred to by the wrong project.
Go ahead and state your name. I have it here.
I'd like to.
Your name, sir?
First.
Your
My
name?
name's Ken Hool. I live at 15 Awani. I border the project. And I have a neighbor who wrote a letter, Marta Gorelick. Could I read that first? Sure. All right. On December 2nd at 6 p.m., the city webpage still showed an agenda for the evening meeting. It also showed an agenda for the meeting this evening, which did not include the Christopher Ranch development proposal. Since that was less than 72 hours prior to this meeting tonight, are you not violating the Brown Act by discussing it tonight?
We're talking about it on the website.
The website's a courtesy. All the mailers, all the newspaper things, all the physical postings.
All the
for
postings were
corrected.
made, and all of the distributions at the post office, the Lux Library.
And I've heard that, and I understand that,
Yeah.
and I'm sure you've done everything that's legal. But as that lady did one comment, I'm sorry, your name, she made a point, is like, people don't realize that this project's happening until they start bulldozing it. And then I think you're gonna have a lot of people up in arms.
But see, the
It's
state
been
law,
posted every time we had a meeting, all down pro.
And as Kara said, this has been before the commission a lot of times.
I'm making a point.
no, but
Yeah.
state
We
law.
wish people would
arguing with
participate.
you legally,
Yeah.
because
Just
I
to
bet you
clarify
guys
that,
have done everything.
Just to clarify that is this is just one initial step, and there will be several additional steps where this project will be back in front of the community.
Which
But
will also
keep
be
in mind that
noticed.
state law is very clear. We have to do everything in public. And here's a notice of public hearing, and here's a notice from the legal clerk of the newspaper saying
I'm
it
not
was in
making a
there.
legal argument with you, I just.
No, I just want to make sure you know, and again, everybody within 300 feet gets notified. It's that we put it on the site for details, but you're right, people don't show, and they show at the last minute. Usually they show up at the appeal.
Yeah.
And where did it come from? And yet, we have a track of every time we had a meeting. We had meetings for the sign code 4 years. We had meetings, special meetings on Thursday morning before businesses opened up, so business people could come in and comment on the sign code. People still wondering, why'd you do this? Where'd they come from? So we do the best we can, but we can't hold people's hands and bring them in. But as long as we comply with the law, and we have nothing to do with it. Sacramento says you do it this way or else, we do it.
Okay. Next thing, another comment. We're losing our buffer zone. We're losing our buffer zone between, you keep raising earthbound, how they're going to keep expanding. Well, we still have about two miles between us and earthbound, and we're losing that. We're building houses there.
But see, let people understand, they built all them houses down there, 7 years ago down there?
Probably 8,
11.
10 years of one.
It was 12 years ago.
12 years ago.
There were empty lots. I mean, there was a big old empty lot with a house in the middle of it.
But we're just 35 houses. We're not 85.
No, there was 35 houses.
There's 35 houses there.
Yeah.
But now we're adding another 85, and we're losing our buffer zone
There's
between
a lot of
us and
people that live here. They
earthbound.
want to come here, that's why we're building.
Okay, I think I'd like to keep all discussions to the point. And we're talking about a negative declaration, and you wanted to speak on this.
I'm trying.
Okay, so I'm going to listen now.
So, again, we're losing our buffer zone between, and I'm just afraid that we're going to become Palo Alto. Do we really want to be Palo Alto? You brought up that comment earlier. Do we want to be San Jose? San Juan Bautista has a character of its own.
If I can answer that is, the 1998 general plan that was adopted specified that the city would be 3,000 people. Today it's 1,865. Now, they projected back in 1998 that the population would be 3,000 people. Today, we're 1865. Now, where did this go? Just because we project in our new general plan what it's going to be, we have to grow, and we go gradual. And we don't think that 35 homes when you came in was going to substantially affect. It was good for the economy, and it promoted new connections, new sales tax, new people that came in and participated in this community, and it's been good for us. The 85-lot subdivision is earmarked for 11 phases and will be constructed over a period of 3 to 4 years, and it will be integrated into the community gradually.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the subject, on the application? Okay. Commissioners, we've seen this thing, and we have a draft resolution in front of us.
With findings.
With findings, and that's important. Again, you just don't, the old days you said yes or no, goodbye. Today you say no, and you tell them why. Or yes, and you tell them why. Okay. A resolution of to approve the draft initial study and the mitigated negative declaration for the Rancho Vista subdivision to change the urban growth boundary and the land use designation of the area from agriculture to low-density residential, and recommending the council do make the final action.
And that would be Resolution 214-31.
31. So the chair entertains a motion for action on this mitigated negative declaration. The action can be for or against.
What's that now?
The action can be for or against. There should be an action to vote on. This was not new. We've seen this one.
The initial study that has been presented to us is so completely thorough. I understand it's on the website. It gives a whole lot of information about San Juan that other people than us need to digest if they really want to know about their community. So I recommend that people read and study it, because there will be a lot more meetings about this whole project, and it's the best way to inform each one of us, inform ourselves. The information is really valuable to our understanding of San Juan Bautista and what's happening on the north end of town, and suggests that a lot of the information can be used throughout the whole town, so it's very valuable. I'm very appreciative of it. We have studied this since July, as far back as the minutes I can find, every month. And so I heard tonight's arguments repeated. I have studied the importance of having Creek Bridge in our community, the addition of those people, and I appreciate your remarks, Roger, about how those people who live in Creek Bridge have really contributed to our town and helped us get on with where we're going, despite the fact that we have so many people surrounding us, so much going on. But this is only the first step. The application is for 85 homes. Who knows what we will come up with later? Perhaps less. So I am prepared to make this motion. I move that we accept Resolution 2014, number 31. It is a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration for Rancho Vista subdivision to change the urban growth boundary and land use designation of the area from agriculture to low-density residential, and recommending to the City Council the same.
Okay. Now, note that the resolution does have findings that we had to make, and those were,
Shall we read them?
there are 10 of them. I can't. You want to summarize the findings? Just a summary, if we don't need the
Just a
details.
summary, you know, is whereas and whereas and whereas. The Commission makes the following findings to support the adoption of the resolution. The amendment of the urban growth boundaries is contiguous, you know, that the amendment of the urban growth boundaries will not adversely affect the overall character of the city. The amendment of the 1998 general plan will allow the city to plan for future urban development. The amendment of the 1998 general plan to extend the urban growth boundary encompasses an area that's not designated as prime farmland land. The amendment of 1998 general plan for the expansion of the urban growth boundaries will allow the use that will be property related to the other uses of transportation facilities and other public facilities in the area and will not cause undue environmental impacts related to the noise, odor, and pollution. The amendment of the 1998 general plan for the change of land use designations from agriculture to low density will have a less than significant effect on the surrounding area. The amendment of the 1998 general plan is part of a planning process to amend the general plan for consideration of future needs of the community. The amendment of the 1998 general plan will not significantly have adverse effect on the overall agricultural productivity of the area in the sphere of influence. That the amendment of the 1998 for the extension of the urban growth boundary and land use change of low density will be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies. And finally, the amendment of the 1998 general plan encompasses areas that are currently within the city limits and are currently being served by the city of San Juan Bautista.
Okay, we'll call for a vote on that.
Did
we get a second?
Second.
Oh, is there a second to that motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second.
All right, so Commissioner Franco.
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett.
Aye.
And Commissioner Goularty.
Aye.
And note that we had two commissioners
Right.
who
With
recused.
3 commissioners being present, the motion stated by the maker passes 3-0 with Commissioner Medeiros and Commissioner Guibert absent.
I understand if it had been 2-1, it wouldn't have passed. It had to be unanimous. Okay, now that we've found that we won't have a significant impact on the environment, we should consider a resolution to actually do the amendment of the urban growth boundary and the land use designation. So there's a resolution here, which would probably be 32, that would take that up, and basically it would take the action for which we just now found environmentally satisfactory. And again, we have almost the same kind of findings. But they're not the same.
They're not the same.
Just by and large, it's the same. You know, the amendment of the general plan for the extension is contiguous. The amendment of the general plan changes the land use from agriculture to low density. Will have less significant impact on the surrounding area. The amendment to the general plan will not significantly affect the total acreage of the agricultural land in the sphere of influence. The amendment of the 1998 general plan, urban growth boundaries, is proactive planning tool, will enable the planning commission to plan for future development within the area. The amendment of the 1998 general plan will not result in a reduction of public access and property and facilitate provided the access does not infringe upon private property rights. The amendment of the 1998 general plan will allow the city to plan for future urban growth development. The amendment of the 1998 general plan will not result in an increase in requirement and restrictions on agricultural practices. The amendment of the 1998 general plan will allow the use of more property related to the other uses of transportation, other public facilities in the area, and will not cause undue environmental impact related to noise, odor, and pollution. and the amendment of the 1998 general plan for the extension of the urban growth boundaries to change the land use will be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the 1998 general plan for future growth development. And the amendment of the 1998 general plan extends the urban growth boundary, encompasses an area that is not designated prime ag land. And the amendment of the 1998 general plan encompasses 28.3 acres of land that is currently within the city limits and being served by the city of San Juan Bautista.
Okay, so that resolution, no, we had to make findings to support our action. So the chair entertains a motion for action on resolution, proposed resolution 2014-32. It can be for or against.
So make the motion, will you? I'll make the motion again.
Designated motioner.
Resolution.
Designated motioner.
I guess so. Resolution 2014, number 32. And I just am going to read the title, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
A resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista amending the urban growth boundary and land use designation of the 1998 general plan of 28.3 acres in the north portion of the city and recommending to the council.
Okay, all in, roll call.
Second.
Oh, second, is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Franco?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett?
Aye.
Commissioner Gilardi?
Aye.
Three
Okay.
commission members being present, the motion is stated by the maker, passes 3-0 with Commissioner Maderos and Commissioner Guibert absent.
Okay, that project's on the road now. Okay, now before we go any farther, I think we can invite a couple of commissioners back.
here? Yeah.
Feel free to occupy your seats again.
And
Welcome back.
thank you.
Good. Good reprieve.
Oh, I thought you said that we did good work.
She
You
makes,
did.
she
You
makes
did
good
good.
motions.
She's, the designated motioner.
The action, those statements. Even though I live too close to the.
Okay. Before we leave and go into item number 6, the Historic Resources Board made a recommendation for a sign permit for Emily Renza. And now we would like to adopt that resolution that's in the plan, in the agenda as a sign permit application. And that is, and we forgot to bring that forward when we were going forward in that as a resolution, and that would be resolution number 33. Okay, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving a sign permit for Emily Renza at 101 and 103 3rd Street, number HRB SP 214-1202. And whereas the Planning Commission has received recommendations of the Historical Resources Board for sign permit number HRB SP 2014-1202, and whereas the Planning Commission has reviewed the sign application for consistency and conformance with the sign ordinance of the City of San Juan Bautista, and whereas the Planning Commission makes the findings that the sign approval is exempted under Article 18, Section 15268 of the California Environmental Quality Act, and now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission has determined that the sign conforms to the allowable square footage, allowable sign area established for signs within the commercial district, and hereby approves sign permit number HRB SP 214-1202, passed and adopted by the Planning Commission in the City of San Juan Bautista on this 4th day of December 2014 by the following votes.
Do we have a copy of
Yeah,
this?
we do.
It's back in your HRB.
Yeah, we do.
It's in the
It would be,
HRB section.
it would be back in your HRB,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry that we brought it forward, but you have to go back to the HRB, you know.
Got it.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, and we prepared it, and And I pulled it forward, but I forgot all about it when we
33?
started, yeah. And it would be Resolution 214-33.
I'll make a motion that we,
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What are we doing here?
Do we have any public comments on this particular issue?
Yes, we do.
Would you please state your name and where you're...
Richard Ponce, 93 4th Street, San Juan Bautista. I say it again, at your historical board meeting, you failed to open it up to public comment again on that one. But anyway, my point is, or my question is, Emily's sign, was it put up before a permit was issued? I missed that.
no.
It's going to be attached to the wall.
She had it on an A-frame, and now she wants to attach it to the wall.
I thought maybe she didn't get a permit,
Yeah.
so she should be under the double charge also. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, let's, did you read that because it should have been in that, we should accept it on the agenda?
Yeah, when you recommend the thing, then you recommend the sign approval, and we prepared it for the planning commission, because the planning
right.
commission ultimately approves it. The HRB just is a recommendation.
Yes. I didn't know why we were skipping the other action items here.
Now, the other one that you took action on is the Carnaggio, and we didn't carry that forward, and we'll be meeting with them and see if we can get this thing
But
resolved.
what about 6A? Aren't we on 6A?
No, we're on 6C.
We jumped a little bit.
We jumped?
Yes.
Yeah, we jumped it, yeah, right.
Okay.
And I apologize for that. I should have brought that forward before we began 5A.
Right.
Yeah.
For 6A.
6C.
6C. So are we going to entertain a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution number 2014-33, approving the sign permit for Emily Renzel at 101 and 103 3rd Street, number HRB-SP-2014-1202.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, can we have a roll?
Commissioner Franco.
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos.
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner Gallardi.
Aye.
Commissioner Guibert.
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes unanimously. Can I ask in the future, what's the best way to move things that get recommended by the HRB to the planning commission? Should we already have it listed and like?
There are
Probably.
2 copies, one here, one there.
Yeah, you want 2 copies of the resolution?
Yeah, we
too,
probably,
or-
yeah.
Because they're 2
Yeah.
separate agencies.
Okay.
One has its own and the other one
Okay,
has.
I just want to make it work more smoothly next
Yeah.
time. Okay.
Okay, action item, we're on 6, so action item A, sign ordinance, consider revisions submitted by city attorney.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
We have nothing else to do.
My recommendation would be let's earmark a morning meeting, everybody get together, let's go through these. I don't think they're that deal, but it's just some substance, and then correct everything, and we can get it back in and get it back in front of the city council.
Do we know which ones have been already incorporated?
Trish had a copy of what she corrected, didn't she?
You got page 9 also.
There's quite a few.
That she already did?
Yeah.
The ordinance that we had here for the city council, Trish incorporated the city attorney's first comments into it and brought it forward. And then these came in October the 23rd when we were getting ready to present it. And so then we said, there are some things that, and we could have made these changes, but I felt that it was better for you just to review and come back and take a look at it.
But when she makes the changes, could she do something to let us know it's a change? Like regular editing techniques with red lines and
Highlighted
white lines and yellow lines?
That way we can go through a lot faster.
It's just,
we can get that version when we have our meeting? Or prior
if
to?
that's the way she understands it is to be done.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So the question there is, you can go through them tonight with regard to the attorney has separated them down into sections, that 110, the intent, and G, and 20 general regulations. So he's got everything earmarked, and it wouldn't be too difficult to go through those in a very short fashion, whether you want to do it tonight or at another quick meeting, and then we'll bring it back to the city council.
I've certainly read it and made comments to myself already, and I don't have to wait for the meeting.
Yeah, I think it's,
Because at that meeting, I'm hoping that we might get some participants from the public.
Well, actually, they're participating at the council level now. Yeah, this isn't ours anymore.
However...
No, they didn't read it.
But we haven't presented it to the council yet.
Council didn't
So,
read it.
and that might be another ploy, is to have a date that you guys feel comfortable with, and let's send out a notice and just say, hey, here's the final reading of the stuff, and we need your input. Because there is a disconnect to some of the merchants down there. They've been very adamant. This is, oh, you never let us know, and we don't know what's going on, and and stuff. And we've invited them a number of times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have to hand deliver.
It's online.
This particular group of commissioners, in our very first meeting, I was chairing the meeting, and I begged you not to okay the ordinance as it was, and we sent it off to council, and they sent it back to us way 4 years ago. Jolene was the only one who commented,
And she's the one
and
that...
we held meetings for 4 years. This is our last, technically our last meeting with our group. We don't know who will be here next time. So I don't know whether we ought to have a subcommittee and hand it to them. I mean, a special meeting and hand it to them, or just, I am hoping personally that they let us stay on here through the general plan. But I don't know what the council will do. I think that I will still be here. And I think, who's the other person? Dave.
There's continuity there.
And I hope for continuity. Now, when we look at this in another few weeks or early January, do we squeeze a meeting in before Christmas?
I'm open to any one of those ideas.
And will Trish be able to get
Except for the last week of December.
Will anybody be interested in coming away from their shops? I don't know.
I think we need to pursue a meeting date tonight, if that's what the general feeling is for the commissioners, and set that date up and make it a public meeting.
They can attend or not attend. That's their choice.
I mean, we gotta close this.
Well, let's
I mean, put too much hard work into it.
let's try to do it in December then.
Okay.
Well, we were. Should we try for December 11th?
What day of the week is that?
A Thursday?
Thursday?
They got a traditional
What time?
Thursdays here.
9?
In the morning.
What were we doing, 9?
Yeah, we were doing it at night. I'm available for sure.
Pat has participated, so.
Did you say you could be, or?
I think so. December 11th, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll advertise it and make it a legal meeting.
And hopefully that will be it.
One day?
Yeah.
Here.
I'm getting over bronchitis.
Me too, I'm getting it.
Yes, I'm not contagious anymore.
We have a shorter notification
So we're
period
going for-
this?
December 11th, 9 a.m.
Or is it?
Okay.
I don't know. What's the notification period?
72 hours.
Okay, 72.
It's just 72 hours.
Yeah.
72
Okay.
hours.
Okay, I move then that this item be continued to a special meeting on December 11th at 9 a.m.
Then who's going to second it?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. We'll have a roll on that?
Yeah.
On action item A, site owners, consider revisions submitted. We're going to have a meeting. Have a roll call on that, please.
Commissioner Franco?
Aye.
Commissioner Maderos?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett? Commissioner Gallardi?
Aye.
And Commissioner Gubar.
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll have a break? No. Oh, keep going? Okay. All right, action item B. Consider sign permit for Golden Wheel Antiques on 407 3rd Street.
And that's taken care of, yeah, that's taken care of. The recommendation was is to deny the permit.
We denied it? Yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah. And that they went on to say that the applicant will meet with the staff to go over and address to see what it was.
What could be done.
What could be done to
Right.
make it conform to the design guidelines.
And maybe weather it a little bit or
Yeah, weather
age it
the
a bit? Or,
background, yeah.
So this item becomes to continue it?
Continued, yes.
Yeah, for the planning commission.
Mhm, yeah.
And we need to say that.
And we need to say that.
Mhm.
I move that we continue item 6B, a sign permit for Golden Wheels Antique, 407 3rd Street.
I'll second that motion.
Roll, please.
Do you want to wait till he gets back? Or?
No,
We don't need
you got
Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Commissioner Maderos?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett? Commissioner Gallardi?
Aye.
And Commissioner Gubar.
Aye.
All right. 4 commission members being present, the motion is stated by the maker, passes unanimously with Commissioner Maderos absent. Or Commissioner Franco absent, sorry.
Absent.
Okay, items 7, discussion items. A, which is wayfinding. Staff has any
Yeah, I got that.
comments on that?
Let me just find it. I attended a meeting in Hollister on Thursday, November 20th, to discuss the final draft of this multi-governmental wayfinding system, wayfinding master plan for San Benito County. At this meeting, there were just a couple of us there, and we discussed the different aspects of wayfinding within the county, including sort of how to include Pinnacles, Fremont Peak, De Anza Trail in the regional plan, an overarching macro level wayfinding plan for the county, the sign placement and orientation, cost estimates, and phases of implementation. And it all looks pretty good. The next step is actually tomorrow. We're going to go drive around and tour the actual sort of GPS locations of where all these signs are going to be and make sure all the orientations are correct as far as where they're facing, where the arrows are pointing, and all that kind of stuff. I'm actually only going to do the San Juan Bautista part, and then they're going to go ahead and do all of Hollister and all the rest because I didn't feel like my time was best spent doing that. So I think that's about 1:30 tomorrow. We'll go do that, and then it's just moving on to funding for it. But the plan looks really good, and if you guys want to, have we brought it to you before? I think you might have seen a draft of it before, but
The very first, yeah, we haven't brought since then, yeah.
but after we do this step tomorrow, would you like us to bring it back to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And how far away do you go from San Juan Bautista?
I don't have the map in front of me here, but the ones in our area aren't that far. There's one up by, I think the farthest is probably up by the high school, and then one sort of up by the entrance to the canyon, and one right at the entrance to town on 156 coming from the east. So yeah, ours is pretty contained. So those are the ones I'll be going around with them and touring. But
You know, since our historic downtown district became on the National Register, we've been entitled to a historic downtown sign. And I've called and I've emailed. I haven't been down there, but I don't know what it takes to get a sign, one of the brown signs on the highway.
that was one of the items we talked about, and how you get things on like 101, because I guess there's a sign first going north but not south, and some of those other things. So we're going to be addressing that as well, and seeing who we can talk to.
Yeah.
At Caltrans or
Yeah.
whatever.
And Brandy Ryder from Caltrans is the one we get a hold of, and we've been in contact with her, yeah, and there's a certain procedure, protocol to get a brown sign.
Okay, well, I haven't found it.
Yeah.
I would say that if we don't get results with staff, we go directly to our legislators. I mean, we've been here for 200 years. I think we're entitled to a sign.
Yeah.
Do you care to comment on the attitude towards San Juan Bautista in the county?
They're very inclusive.
Does it seem like it's all Hollister and not very much of us, or has that attitude changed?
No, I mean, the majority of the discussion, I would say, involves them just because they have far more sign placements than we do. But they're they like us. I mean, they like sort of the aspect we bring to the county and sort of the older historic parts. So.
Well, they should, because we're the key people.
Will Hollister be considered the gateway to the Pinnacles? Will San Juan?
That's why a lot of the discussion sort of
Yeah.
center around
Because
how
you got to
we
go
do
through
that.
San Juan to get that way.
And I know they've contacted the people from the Pinnacles, the new park, too. So we're going to be including them in the discussion as well.
Good.
Because with this particular plan, they weren't included per se. It was just, us, but we want to get them involved in the discussion.
Do we need to say how much we're pushing you to really represent us and push them?
Just tell them your planning commission is squeezing you.
He's got broad shoulders, and he'll push them around.
Okay, good.
Okay, next item, discussion item is Strategic Planning Committee report.
I've heard of them.
And that was you're the chair, the contact for that.
You're our official representative.
I can go ahead and say we
I was going to give the floor to John.
Your next meeting is going to be the 9th.
He's chair, and
Well, just we didn't have a November
We
meeting.
didn't have a meeting.
Our first meeting our next meeting is next week, so we'll have one for the next meeting.
Okay.
No, you're just our representative.
I know, I noticed that, yeah.
But I'm on there too, so.
Yeah, that's right.
And actually, we're
That's
going to have a
right.
really
Yeah.
good meeting too, because we have some interest from an individual who's really pushing for an organics festival and/or farmers market. And we also had a Cal Poly student who did her third quarter studio on that. So we have a great report on what you need to do to go about starting something like that. And so I've been going through all that and sort of making notes, and he's going to come present what he has in mind. And we're going to see what we can do with that, and then, as well as all the other stuff on there. But that's one of the more exciting things to me, because I think it'd be a very fun thing, fun and productive thing for this town.
Doesn't our county have the most organic farming of all the counties?
I think I heard that.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
it'd be the place to have the
Right.
festival.
The heart of.
Yeah. Next Tuesday, the 9th.
Yeah.
6:30, right here. It's on the Weebly page.
Thank you. And now, general plan EIR update.
All right, so I know we haven't heard much about this all quarter, so I've been pushing them, the Cal Poly folks, on this, because they're the ones that we have this contract with. And so I've been working with Cornelius and Kirby, who is one of my old classmates, who's now kind of heading up this group working on this regarding the environmental impact report. And so students have been working on compiling background data on this project all quarter. And I've actually been corresponding with some of the different people in the group and helping them get a hold of data from different sources and things. And they're going to be providing the city with a progress report and their interim products, most importantly the draft environmental analysis, which I believe is chapter 4, on the EIR by the end of this month. The next public meeting regarding the EIR is tentatively scheduled for March. By then we'll have some full drafts. And students working on the EIR will also be coming to do a site visit in San Juan Bautista on Saturday, January 17th. So I'm going to kind of take around those who didn't work on the general plan with us, we'll get them acquainted with the area and everything. Additionally, as far as what we've been doing with this, city staff put together and mailed out a request for tribal consultation, which is something required by the State of California Tribal Consultation Guidelines and Government Code 65352.3. That was sent to Val Lopez, who's our representative with the Mutsun Indian tribe, and they have 90 days, a 90-day window in which to request consultation. So I didn't write the date down in here, but it's in, I believe, the beginning of February now that they have to request that. So we'll see if we hear anything. And in addition, we also had to file a notice of preparation regarding the EIR, which is required under CEQA guidelines 15082. And that involves all agencies that could be affected by this and might want to have a say on the scope of the ER and what it should include. And so those were all sent out. I think we've sent out something like almost 60 letters, certified mail. So Trish was having fun filling out all those forms, but I've gotten a ton of them back. I have a huge stack of the certified mail things. So we haven't received comments yet, but those people have 30 days. So that's, I think we sent them out a week ago, so they have 3 more weeks to respond on what they might want us to include. And then off of the EIR, but also having to do with the general plan, I just received the 4th draft, including all the edits and the letters that some of you sent to us with comments. So this is the newest draft. I just printed it out. I haven't had any time because of all this other stuff going on to start editing it yet. But, and also the edited background report. So we have the 2 newest documents in our possession now, which is nice. And we need to set up a time to do another public meeting. So I don't know if we want to talk about it now, but we should maybe set that up for January, I'm thinking.
I'll say something.
Yeah.
When you put it online, or if you make any copies for us, line numbers and page numbers.
Okay.
Line numbers, because otherwise you're talking in space. And because, you know, just like with our sign code, you saw that. We got line numbers. We all sit down and talk about page such and such, line such and such, and it works. And it's not a big thing to do it.
Okay.
So we've had more trouble with trying to communicate with each other, and with line numbers, there's no issues.
Okay. Page numbers are good. I might have to figure out how to get that into a PDF, but yeah. The page numbers are definitely there.
They can open it up.
Okay.
But like I said, page numbers didn't do it. It's the line number, because that's where the mistakes are. That's where the issues are.
Yeah.
Can you put it online?
It's going to be, yeah. Connie is gone this week, so I just received that a couple days ago, and Connie and Trish are at a conference, a clerk conference. So I'm going to get that put up hopefully on Monday when Connie's back. So.
Actually, if I can make one comment, since it's theirs, tell them to open up, put line numbers, close it, and send it back. They can do it, and they can put it online for you. But I can't emphasize how much problems we've had without them.
Okay.
Sorry,
It might not be
No,
as easy as you're saying, though, because this is a gigantic document. So.
No, that's exactly what we
But
need
I will
to do.
definitely request that and see if they can do that easily, and I'll see what I can do to figure out how to get the line number.
If they give you a bad time, you tell them your planning commission is squeezing you.
There you go. I was just going to say that.
Are we going to schedule meetings through the next several months, like little workshop meetings?
Well,
Not
this is the
related
document
to the
we've already done
students?
much for, but we do need to set another one to,
And we're not aiming for June, are we? Are we really aiming for June to get the
Are you
community?
talking about the final document, or are you talking about the next meeting?
No. The completion of the environmental has to be done by July 1st.
And then to set up this whole general plan for city council, my reaction to the one I have been reading is that there's a lot of information related to the matrices that the strategic committee is responsible for. Is that going to all be still in?
If it's not planning commission or CEQA, it wouldn't be there.
Not in the EIR one, but the other one?
There is a matrix in the general plan dealing with
In
all
the
the
general
goals,
plan,
objectives, and policies.
there's a whole big section on the strategic committee. And as we go through these processes, the strategic committee really needs to be committed to come and hear the comments and to make some and be part of it. Are the members of the strategic committee committed to seeing what the general plan really is? It's a tool for their use as well as ours.
One is.
Well, you were going to say something, Matt. I know you
I was going to say, the strategic plan committee is tasked with implementing the goals, objectives, and policies listed in that matrix.
I know they are, but why don't they come? I am hoping that they come during the discussion process so that they know what to implement and how to do
Well,
it.
no, we bring that to almost every meeting where we're discussing all those items, so they're
ongoing.
very familiar with it, and I'm one of those people, so.
It's ongoing all the time. And they're working on it.
I mean, we all have printouts
We're
of
working
just
on
the
it
matrix,
as we
not even.
speak, yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
I mean, we've already gone through and listed and like evaluated which of those things in that matrix we think are the good priorities to start on first, and that kind of stuff. I mean, are you asking us
What
to add more
I
things?
just want to
or-
know, I want to be assured that the strategic committee is not going to fall apart like those in the past because they are committed to understanding where the commission's coming from in developing this whole general plan. Passing it on to
It'll-
city council.
it'll come-
I'm
it'll come-
obviously not making it clear to what I'm saying.
No, it'll come together. All of the elements are coming
But the
together.
people need to come and listen and be participating in
Georgiana,
what's, they won't.
we can only do so much.
And we're already off and running. I mean, we don't have, as a
I
strategic
know
plan
you're off
committee,
and
we don't have to
running, but
wait,
where?
and we've already started, so.
As I went through all of the X's and who's going to do what, I felt really left out as a member of the Planning Commission. There were very little remarks in there that the Planning Commission was supposed to be concerned with, and
We adopted the book for them. We will have adopted the book for them. See, our job is to get that document pulled together and adopt it.
Yes, and I was hoping that
And the
as we do that,
implementation-
they'll be here to listen.
And the implementation is done by others. Sometimes we have to have public hearings, but other items are the committee or anybody
And
else.
my overall reaction to the new proposed general plan is that it is not really a readable tool for people trying to figure out what goes on in the city of San Juan Bautista.
It wasn't done by the.
Well, then you should definitely come to the meeting and make comments.
That's what I was just going to.
I did, and I had to miss the last one, I'm sorry.
Can we make a motion?
I intend to be there.
Well, you have to remember too that most people will never read straight through a general
I
plan.
know.
I know we've talked about this and putting in a
I
little
read every
preamble to
word.
make it sort of a little more poetic and wistful and stuff to get us started, and I'm totally on board with that, but
Yeah.
most people aren't going to, I mean, they're going to reference exactly the section you need to go to and start reading about it, or go to that matrix and say, look, these are the goals, like, where are we going to go? So this is a tool more than it is a novel.
I know, but I
you know?
don't think they understand how much of a tool it can really be.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, yeah, well, it's an interesting point. Well, we need to bring it up at the meeting.
So when should we,
Come
do
to
you want
the
us to pick a date for that meeting, or
No,
do you
no,
guys have
the-
some input on when we should do
No,
the
no, no,
meeting
no,
on
no,
this?
I meant at our next strategic planning
Yeah.
committee.
I'll be there and make a fool of myself
There you
as
go.
usual.
We'll work up a date
There
on
we
that.
go.
Okay.
I'll be there with you.
Yeah.
But do you guys agree we should, I'll get this put up online and then we should shoot for like January? And give
Yeah.
the public obviously like a full month to
Yeah.
review it, so some point after, 30 days after we put it up.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay,
Okay.
cool, that's all I got on that.
Okay.
Jolene has a comment.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Future.
Jolene,
Also a strategic planning committee member.
that's right.
Comment
Are you committed?
on what Georgiana's saying about the strategic plan. It seems to me that pretty much everybody I've seen at the strategic planning committee were at the meetings at the community center.
Yes.
Discussing. And I think that's where the tie-in is. I don't think it's so much coming to the planning commission meetings as it is making sure that the members of the strategic planning committee are also there during the planning process at the community center when we discuss all of this. And I'm not sure if that's what you were saying or if you were asking them to come to your planning commission
I
meetings.
actually thought that the planning commission was going to sit down at some special meetings and go over all the elements in those documents. And so we really know what's in there before we say yes. I actually thought
And
we
they
were going to
can,
do
but
that
they
in
would
that big
probably have
generic
to-
thing.
They would probably, among themselves, have to schedule themselves a meeting to do that, not at their regular planning commission.
No, not the regular one,
meeting.
special meetings.
And that would be, I would think, up to the members of the planning commission to say, hey, let's set a date and let's go over this.
That's what I thought we ought to do.
With the Cal Poly students or whatever. I thought you were trying to tie in the strategic,
I am thinking that they should be at those meetings when
having a joint
we
meeting with
discuss
the
each
strategic
element.
plan. Well, that also would be up to the planning commission to schedule a joint meeting with the planning commission and the strategic plan, if that's the
And
desire
not
of-
in the community hall where nobody can hear anything.
Okay.
Right here in a local setting.
Are we talking about an adopted version or a drafted version?
A draft before we adopt it. I want to.
These are all still
I want
drafts,
people
I
to
mean.
know.
Yeah, no,
what
I
we're
know,
doing.
but I'm just thinking, okay.
Okay,
Just
I'm
like
sorry.
All right, okay, no, that's good.
Georgiana, just like we went over the
So
findings.
we got to,
If
yeah.
you're ever challenged, you know, if somebody would say, well, the commission just signed it off. No, it's on record. We
Yeah.
went through all the findings, the reasons why we sent this forward.
That's what I would
Okay.
like to see.
Now, you're going to have a general plan, we have a meeting, and go over all the items so that no one can say that the planning commission members were not really aware of it when they sent this up. Otherwise, if they had read the whole thing, they wouldn't have done this or that.
That's what I'm saying.
So we have, and then again, and that's not strategic planning, that's not anybody else, Park Commission, that is us. We set the meeting, we go over it,
Yes.
and we say yes, no, or maybe, and then we vote on it, or then at a public meeting, we'll set up a vote, and that goes to the city council. But because we went through every single item, that's the only way you can do it. So if they say, you know, if you get called into court, did you actually read this document before you approved it? And you'd be able to say, I did, and I did it also with my commission.
And I would like to be sure that the strategic committee people know that they are invited to those meetings
They're all,
specifically.
they're all on the mailing list.
So, because
No, they all get our planning
they
commission.
are going to be the ones who get it done.
See, our job is to present, here's the stuff to implement for the next 20 years.
Yes.
And
Serious.
we've done our job.
So then we're going to set up some meetings. So then we're going to, this is going to be for the public too, right?
It's a regular
Yeah.
meeting, and
That's what I
I'm
figured.
encouraging the strategic people
Wow.
to come and participate as part of the hearing. I don't know how we get that point across. I
Can you
don't.
confirm that all the strategic committee people are on the planning commission mailing list?
I mean, we have our own mailing list for the
No,
strategic planning committee that I'm in control of too.
I'm talking about the planning commission. Do they get our agendas? Yeah.
See, they aren't even attached.
They should.
They
If
have.
it's not, make it happen.
Okay.
Because that's, that for Georgiana, at least we can say, we sent you all the agendas for all our meetings and special meetings, and here's what they were all about. Don't say you never heard about it.
Thank you.
That's what you're looking for, right?
That's what I'm looking for.
Right.
This real connection.
So
We're a little tiny bitty town. Seems like we could connect.
Yeah, but he's going to make sure that all those strategic people are on a planning commission mailing list. I don't care if they read it. Did they get it? Was it an honest mailing to them each month? And if it wasn't honest, then does something else. But as long as we made the effort, a true, honest effort to communicate, whether they do or not, is beyond us.
So we'll bring it up on the meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell John Freeman.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he already emails me all the planning or strategic planning committee agendas. I can just email him, and then he has the list to mail it out. So.
Yeah, but I think, Mr. Chairman, I think for the commission, I would like to say, if it takes a motion, I want all those folks to get our agendas, just like we do.
You don't have to make a motion.
It's,
I think you just direct us. We will.
Okay.
Right. It's not an action item.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
But I think that's a
Thank you.
housekeeping item.
Well, I take it seriously.
No,
Okay. No, but Georgiana, I'm
nobody
glad
said
you
you
do.
didn't.
Because if we don't take it seriously,
Yeah.
it's going to get less serious as we go down the hill. So we have been very tight, very open, very committed. And that's what we are. And anybody else is below that. But if we drop, then they drop lower. So don't ever stop.
Okay.
And you got to remember, we have a lot of go-betweens too. I mean, like Dave and I are both on both of these things.
I know.
So.
I'm going to start coming too,
Yeah.
because
And you're
I
more than
really see a role in there.
See, we have designated, we have direct connection to that
Missed
meeting
you.
officially through Commissioner Medeiros. He's not just showing up. He is appointed by the Planning Commission to be its official representative on that body. See, so we are making that effort.
Thank you.
You thought we
Okay.
just gave?
I'm serious.
You thought we just gave that to you for title, huh?
I know.
Another hat.
I understand.
Now you
I'll
got
be
to fill
there.
it.
I'll be there.
Now you got to fill the hat.
All right, future agenda items.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Moving on.
Okay, yeah. we
Future
got?
items. Number 8. Does anybody have any agenda items they want to put on future agenda?
Yeah. I'd like to put an update on all the projects that are not finished that we passed and planning commission passed before us.
Like the
We're
brewery.
running out of a long time on one project that's not finished.
You mean
Almost
the-
7 years.
What's that?
Harvey's Locker.
Harvey Locker, yeah.
What about
I've been
the
meaning
fire
to-
that was
I've got
down
the,
there?
I've
Yeah,
got
that's
the
something.
matrix of that, and I've been meaning to come back. He's done some improvements, and we'll bring it back and, at the next
I
meeting.
think when we have the meeting, we should make a deadline that you gotta meet it. Since he's done with it.
Well, let's see if he's done significant follow-through. If he hasn't, then, you know, we get tougher, but I
On
mean,
all projects, okay.
Anything else?
are there any other projects we go on?
We got, we're just an update on all the projects that we did to make sure that
Yeah.
everything's followed.
The brewery.
Oh, is that
No,
the
all of
brewery?
it.
Yeah.
Well, the brewery, see, we haven't got the landscaping plan back yet, the lighting plan, all that stuff. We're supposed to
Yeah, I have the landscaping plan, you know, and I'll be bringing it to you shortly.
Yeah,
put that
that's-
on there,
and-
update
yeah.
on that brewery.
Yeah, this is just a special meeting, that's why we're not, today. That's probably why we don't see it right now. It'll be there. Okay.
Okay.
Any other items we want to put on the future agenda?
Can't think of any.
Comments from the planning commissioners? Any comments from the planning?
I would just like to say I was really pleased to hear that Mr. Dodwall and Mr. Leal are
Talking.
working
to each
together towards a good final project. Let's hope it continues.
And don't forget the Christmas parade Saturday.
Christmas parade Saturday, what else is going on in our town?
Okay, I have an announcement here on mine. You know, Sonora Vasquez is spearheading an effort to improve the Veruti Park, and she's got the sponsors of the Rotary Club, and she's really putting a lot of effort into it, and they're going to get down and rebuild the fence and try to get the sand out of the playground and then put the rubberized base in it, and she's got some very aggressive ideas, and so she's pulling together a thing, and she's send out a thing there, and she's going to invite everybody down at that date for December